Go live. Should be working. Should be now that the thing should be live. Hello everyone. Oh, good lord. That is low, but that'll do. Not sure what happened to that camera. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. Fun times. Right then, so hello Mega Scrow, hello Steve Clarke, hello Peter Dawson, hello Carl Magasberg, hello John Shea, hello Touch to Vishal, hello Night 6 Run, hello Some Videotogra, hello Seneca Nero, hello Tanif, hello Detlef Curries, hello Night Home Productions, hello DG40, hello Tim and Ellen Moran. How did the vibration problems of Washington, North Carolina continue to South Dakota and Iowa classes? No. Thankfully, they managed to sort them out. Basically, it's one of those things is once it's built in, it's incredibly difficult to actually fix. But when you know what the problem is, you can design it out of your ship. Nice one. Is it fair to say the Resistance subclass Revenge subclass Super Dreads would have been relegated to convoy escort duties because they're slow? Resistance, Subclass, Revenge. I'm not sure where you get these ships from, Knights of Gage for one. Resistance class, I've honestly never heard of. There is, I think, an HMS. Let me just check the list of them. I think there is Resistance, Renown, and Repulse, which were the three more Revenges. They were still Revenges. There was no subclass going on. They were still Revenges. Unless there's some alternate universe where they get built as a modified ship. But in which case, why can they only do 21 knots? Because if they could do 21 knots, they've actually lost speed compared to the... Well, the others could do 21 knots, but actually tended to do a bit more than the 21 knots. But, you know, yeah... They basically do more R-class duties. That's what they'd be for. If the Resistance was actually built as a subclass, they'd probably end up being the Resistance class battle cruisers instead of the Renowns, and there'd be free Renowns, free battle cruisers a la Renown style and Repulse. So it'd be Resistance, Renown, and Repulse. That's more likely if they're going to be built as a subclass. If they're built and completed, they're going to be free more R-class. I'm guessing the FAA's RAs are delayed in proceedings. There was a little bit of a delay with the walks, but that wasn't that much. More what was delayed was washing my hands after the walks, and that wasn't anything to do with my dogs. Not my dogs who caused that particular problem. That was someone else, and I had to clear it up because, frankly, I didn't like it being all over the pavement because I thought someone might fall in it. Hi, Sim Richards. Hi. There is a lot of the video from yesterday. Surprising, actually no, unsurprising to me, right? So I have to admit this. I have worked out long ago that if I wanted to do a video that was going to actually get a lot of views, I would do something on, call it Battlecruiser Super Dreadnoughts. And I would have thousands of views, millions of views. If I do something Age of Sail, I enjoy it. Many of my regular viewers seem to enjoy it, but I do not get a mass viewership from it. Not sure why, but for some reason Age of Sail just doesn't seem to fly for me on YouTube. It does for other people, but not for me. Hello, I was asking. Hello, Michael Cooch. Hello, Yikas. Hello, everyone else. Let's see what we got in. I'll make sure the timestamps are on. Toggle timestamps. And you haven't encountered a single spam bot yet, Seneca. That's good. Evening, everyone. Right then. Hello, Melanie640. I was wondering where everyone was. Tom Sykes, hello. Wayne, hello. Having a fluffy research assistant birthday party for Loki. He's gotten a bone as long as my forearm, along with other neat toys. Cool. Hello, Mark Harkness. I have been involved in those. No, Knights of Girlfriend, they're not going to be. Oh, good lord. They weren't modified. There is lots of discussions as to whether or not they were modified or improved or anything in many ways, but honestly, they are... Near enough makes no difference, the same as their predecessors. They have small minor refinements, but that is normal within a Royal Navy class. Not enough to constitute a subclass. Basically, it's the difference between Batch 1 and Batch 2. And Batch 3. It's kind of like with the Queen Elizabeth class. There are 3 of them which are slightly longer than 2 others. Why? Because they're Batch 2s. And they lengthened the design a bit by the time it got to them. But it's not enough that makes them a subclass. Or rather, the only people who would try and call it a subclass are people who are trying to make a lot of nothing. And I realise there are some people who do make a lot of nothing, but be careful when you read their works. Hello, Frame15. Hello. We have a new fluffy researcher in the home. She's now laying on my bed on asleep. Oh, cool. She's a German Shepherd cross with a Springer Spaniel. Good luck. I hope you've been going to the gym. Work on your cardio. You're going to need to work on your cardio. I'm talking not just about the running, but the jumping, the general springing. You might want to work on some parkour. Definitely cardio. Did I mention cardio? I'm really certain you need to work on some cardio. Although 21, the R class did, BBs did a lot more. That's basically by World War II. They're doing mostly convoy work, fire support roles, a few attack missions. Basically, they are wandering around as the second line battleships, but second line battleships are a lot of duties. Colledge, the Queen Elizabeth and the Prince of Wales are different lengths. Nothing changes. Nope. They're built in the same yard at the same time by the same people. It's theoretically the same design, and one is still different longer than the other. It just happens. I think the trouble is that some historians, when they go and read about Royal Navy ship design, they see the changes and think this is now a subclass, and actually there's a real definition before you get into a subclass. There is a... If you look at the differences in a town class, there is a reason we can call those subclasses. And if you look at the level of changes that go on between them, and the whole reorganising and relaying out of something, so that makes it a subclass. Because it's got the same form, and it's built from the same class, but it's got different engines, it's got different horsepower ratings, so many different... It's got so much of a change. It is a different vessel in the same form, hence it's a subclass. If it's just the normal class, there's going to be modifications and changes as they're building it, because again, it's the Royal Navy, it's what they do. Just to make everyone's lives addressable. So someone was trying to argue to me the other day about Agincourt and going, no, the Royal Navy would never change the design and gun fit of a ship in a class, the last gun and ship in the class. And sort of going, have you met the Royal Navy? That's exactly what they do, more often than I care to think. Dreadnought was theoretically at a certain point in her ordering process deferred to Lord Nelson's. But, you know, That's right. If the Washington Naval Treaty, the RN goes into Washington Treaty with 5 Rs, 6 QEs, 4 Iron Dukes, 3 1911 King George V's, and 1 Orion, 2 Tigers, 3 Renowns, and 1 Hood, giving them a tonnage of... What happens? Maybe you get a slightly higher tonnage in terms of allowance. That's the maximum you'd get. You probably don't get much of a change. Nicest way, you still got the larger ships, the 15-inch gun ships. The RN, if they're keeping their older ships around, then they're going to be using them to hold as placeholders on tonnage until they can build new ships. And that's what they're going to use them for. John Sykes, yes, it's like the Battleship New Jersey, about the longest of the IO class by about 6 foot. Actually, there are lots of ships in the same class. Even today, ships aren't the same size in the Sugden market. Every cruise ship is slightly bigger. Yeah. Stephen Richards, I take it each shipyard had more than 2 tape measures. You'd think, but it's amazing how things can grow. And even sometimes the Royal Navy is ordering them off the same design, which is the same lengths, and then the shipyard does their own shipyard modifications to fit the shipyard design and their skill sets, and they do some modifications. And DNC will usually have to go yes or no, keep it on the form. In France, they completely rebuild it. The shipyards will completely redesign it and go, no, Elan, we know better than the Central. And they do, well, quite often. But there's one reason why French classes are often quite so divergent, because literally their shipyards will rebuild and redesign it. I was asking, an RN officer stays on half pay in the 18th century. Let's say a captain. So he either goes to some minor nation, forms a fleet for them, and gets the rank of Vice Admiral. Or something similar to that. But then Britain goes to war. Guy is patriotic, decides to return. Would his new rank be somewhat reflected of our rank? Nope. Not at all. He'll still be a captain in the Royal Navy. He might get made a Commodore. He might be used as be given a broad pennant. In order to be used as Commodore, but that's about it. My house, no, Wisconsin is due to replacement of bow with that of Kentucky after the collision at sea. I think New Jersey is built as the longest, and I think Wisconsin is now the longest. Paul Westwick, regarding subclasses, can I make this shoot? Well, yes, you have the first 3, and then you have the second, the next 2, and the next 2. So you have 3 vertical subclasses. But if you have 2 Tiger Cloud cruisers, which one of HMS Tiger and Nature's Leather survives London trading? It's going to be whichever one's in the best nick, isn't it? No, that's what it's going to be. The one which is in the best condition is going to survive. As is always the case. Oh, by the way, again, I'm going to say this, because they might not have watched. But someone decided to answer the question on whether or not I should drink Iron Brew during the Twitch streams. By A, they found out my address. Obviously too much data about me out there. And B, they sent me the Iron Brew. They asked in a note not to be named, but I will say thank you. I did say thank you in the Twitch stream, and actually had one of these during the Twitch stream. But just in case they weren't watching, I said thank you again. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. A broad pennant is the flag the Commodore has. So basically all ships would fly a pennant, but a Commodore's pennant would be a broad pennant, to signify that there a Commodore is aboard. And as traditionally, Royal Navy Commodores were not a rank, so you would be promoted. The ranks actually go Captain, Rear Admiral. A Captain is made a Commodore for the purposes of commanding of a squadron or a special duty. Hence, Michael Clarke commands the Amphibious Task Group in 1982 as a Commodore, but he retires as a Captain because Commodore is not a rank in the Royal Navy until quite recently. And they have gone back and they have, a few of them, they have gone and restated, they have changed it so that they're Commodore on their retirement papers now. So I have a broad typewriter. It's annoyed my family at high water, but it's fun to use, and I'm using it for typed orders for our war game nights. Cool. Hello, Leo. I think for subclasses, the towns are a far better example. Both of them. They had so many subclasses the RN can't keep up. Yes, but you see, that's the thing. So this is why I'm very, very... Some people, again, some historians, again, and you can usually tell them, they're usually very nice, well-meaning people, but they are naval historians who, for some reason, have managed to stick to a specific period, and then they jump into another period, and don't really understand the changes. Because they've presumed because they understand one period, they're going to understand the next period. Or they are historians who have decided to go off and do naval history, usually they are ones who are very good historians of one navy, and then they're writing a book about another navy. And they transpose the methodology of one navy to another navy. And it's like, I've had whole arguments with people who go, but those aren't separate classes. And I go, that navy considers them a separate class, so therefore you have to treat them as a separate class. But they're not separate classes. No, and in the Royal Navy, they'd just be... the nice way to change is so small, they'd be part of the same class. They wouldn't even be considered a subclass. But that doesn't matter. In that Navy, they're considered separate classes. It doesn't matter. That's the way it goes. That's the way the cookie crumbles. You don't get to dictate to a Navy how it organises itself. It organises itself, and you as a historian have to respect that and go with that. And you can write a footnote, which is all snarky about it, but that can be put in a footnote. You can't change them. If it was an Allied Navy, would they leave him in post and possibly lend more officers like they did with the Portuguese army? If it was an Allied Navy which was useful, yes. If it was useful and he was an Allied Navy, yes. There is a reason there are quite so many British officers manning Russian ships at certain points in certain wars. So, the Napoleonic French Navy has GPS. How annoyed is the Royal Navy? Even if they have GPS, they still have to get out of port to use it. So they have GPS, so they know exactly what port they're in. And they won't get lost when they leave port, presumably. But the thing is, it doesn't really help having GPS if you're an Age of Sail ship. Because you are still dictated to where you can go by the tides, the wind currents, etc. This is why there are the certain points where there are battles. Because those battles take place, because that's where the winds and currents tend to drive fleets and they have to go through those areas to get on to the next phase. Which is why the Royal Navy tends to reform the Western Squadron quite a lot and rely on the Western Squadron to watch Brest and to also deal with any French fleet that comes up from Toulon, which comes up to the Channel, etc. The Western Squadron is always the principal fighting force of the Royal Navy in the Age of Sail. Why? Because where it's positioned, the French fleets have to go through. If they try and sail round them, they theoretically can, but it'll take so long, the Western Squadron will be able to move to intercept them. So it doesn't matter if they have GPS. What limits them is not their ability to navigate. They have, broadly speaking, whilst they still lack the quality charts which the Royal Navy has, which would actually make GPS potentially more of a hazard, because they might be tempted to rely on GPS and their charts. They still, they still can't maneuver. GPS becomes a useful thing once you've got ships which no longer depend on wind and currents for their movement. Captain Seaford, Reshoot your changes. Didn't the Royal Navy get pretty robust about clamping down on that about the same time they introduced the board margin after the business with the Orlandos? The RM was always pretty robust about it, and it's after the Orlandos they get far more robust about the engines, because up until that point engine construction had been very much more of a, how do I put this politely? There were so many engine manufacturers producing so few engines that you took what you could get. After the Orlandos, the RN gets a bit more, okay, if the engine doesn't perform to these stats, then we ain't buying it. So you have to find an engine which fits with these capabilities, which has the effect of forcing the engine makers which can to grow and produce more engines, and the smaller engine makers out of business, because the Royal Navy was the largest buyer of steam engines in the country by a country mile for about 5 decades before the merchant market actually was buying enough to justify basically keeping all of them in service. Rapid, would you consider rerunning the Battle of Denmark Strait on UAD? I'll do that next Friday's UAD if you want. I have no qualms. I'll do it. Always happy to build the ships, and I've got a functioning Bismarck now. I need to make a functioning hood, and yeah, basically I need a hood. I need a couple of cruisers. I need a German cruiser. Yeah, I could do that next Friday if you want. If the Royal Navy going to after London with at least one of the Tiger class battlecruisers still around, is she using Model 2 and how? Probably she's sent hunting Deutschland class. And she might get upgraded to 14-inch guns, because remember they do have a twin 14-inch turret for the King George V's. So that would be a very practical upgrade for the 13.5-inch Tiger design, in which case that would upgrade her, and she might also find herself, if she's had an air defense and all those things, upgrades, maybe even an engine upgrade actually, to be honest. You could do a lot with a Tiger design because it's fairly open. She might find herself A, at the Battle of the River Plate, because she could be in the South Atlantic. That's a good place to have her. And B, she could find herself along with Exeter in the Far East at the time of the probably with Force Z. She'd actually probably be Force Z. She might well be Force Z at that point. She could have also been back in the UK for Norway. She might have been wandering around, so you might have seen her. It might have been her around Renown, which find Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, which would be an interesting scenario for them. So basically, just add another battle cruiser wandering around, as that's probably what you get. For about, probably still used, probably would mimic Renowned as long as she survives. It's going to depend. She's probably actually easier to upgrade than Repulse, and could have been done in some different yards, so she could have been upgraded at the same time as Renown and Warspite, etc. being upgraded. And she's going to need it if she's being kept in service for a while. Paul Fisher, a captain doing war office or admiralty work might be looked on more favourably when returning a reward with a plum, such as a being made a Commodore. It depends. It really does depend. If it depends on whether you've acquitted yourself well, and depends on the era. It depends on the political faction you belong to and you're supporting and part of. Arena. Wasn't Leopard going to be a 15-inch battlecruiser? There is an interesting debate about that one. And if Leopard had been a 15-inch battlecruiser, she would have been the one kept. To be honest, big changes on guns aren't usually found in British battleships, but if the Agincourt is a battlecruiser for Elizabeth, that would be very keeping. Paul, this is just a nice question, but have you looked through the British pre-dreadnoughts recently? Because I'm just gonna say, there are some pretty massive changes between some of them and some of members of their own class. Some start out with, in their class, with the guns in open mounts, and by the end of the class they're in turrets. Some have some interesting transiting things. Basically, there are lots of changes, and occasionally there are actually changes in guns in British battleships. But also, if we consider some of them, you also have the fact that some of the classes that are listed, and this is always the fun thing, especially smaller classes, you tend to get, for example, when you're talking about the Canopus class, or the Majestics class, so, yeah, or Renown, or even the Centurions, you're talking about, you get a large class and then you get a modified vessel based on that class. One of the interesting things is that the Formidable class, and I would say the Formidables, and to an extent, well, the Formidables definitely, Formidable, Implacable, Irresistible, are basically, if we consider them, are Majestics and Canopus class combined. Basically, they decide the Canopus class were better engines and better armour, but the Majestic class was better design, and they bring the two together. So, you know, there are changes quite possible if we're on a... MONABs, Mobile Naval Base, MONABs, rapid, if I wanted a book on forward naval bases, it's like, what all would be a good one, a good place to book, MONABs. Clarke, Alex, having read the Ruxury Fleet, and there is a table of budget costs for the German Navy between 1897 and 1911, where the budget goes from 20% of the army to 54.8%, what is the RN comparison? Oh, the RN's budget is usually bigger than the army's at various points, because you have to remember the British Indian Army is not included in the budget of the British Army, and there are various other armies which are part of the Empire but which are not included in the British Army's budget but are part of the British Army in some of the broadest sense. So it's a very different scenario to try and figure out the fundings. Whereas the Navy is pretty much done centrally through Britain and the Royal Navy, the Army is a kind of distributed pot, and that can cause fun. Mark Arness, watching the video on the Battleships Post as American, I don't get why Americans get upset we weren't the big shots or even meaningless shots. We ought to be proud of what we did achieve. It's ego. It's literally ego. People like to believe they're always big and massive. I think the Iron going into World War I with 11 battlecruisers would be interesting. It would make life definitely fun. There are a lot of battles or something you could do a video about, though you might have already. I think I've got the glorious 1st of June coming. Who was the biggest threat for numbers race of World War I? It doesn't seem like the RN-USN race would turn into a numbers one, from what I understand. Not really. The Anglo-American races, naval races, and we've had them many, many times, always were tech races. Because for some reason we always wanted the ego of who had the biggest and the best guns, not who had the most guns. I think both our respective governments prefer that kind of funding battle. Your likely threat is Japan versus America, but Japan would have gone bankrupt. Possibly France versus Italy. That's a good potential for a numbers race. They're both about equivalent sized. Hello, Richards. Outside of upgrading turrets, is it worthwhile giving Tiger a reconstruction job along with lines around and QEs? Probably would be, along with the lines. Did any Royal Navy officers serve the US Navy ships Model 2 and vice versa? Yes, they had liaison officers aboard both. There's whole discussion about it if you go to Jamie Seedale's armoured carrier site and looking at a USS Robin and what was getting up with there. You'd also know cruiser switch from 15-inch to 18 guns to 18-inch guns. All sorts of things happened with the Royal Navy at various points. Nice one. I can imagine the Tiger-class battlecruisers catching the two Sharnos, only for Renown to come in from another direction in Pincer. How do you see a battle between two Sharnos and a Renown and Tiger going? Well, theoretically they can muller the Tiger, but the Renown could well muller them. It depends. If it is the Leopard with 15-inch guns and both have got 15-inch guns, then in the nicest way, if you've got 8 or 6 and 6 15-inch guns versus the 11-inch guns, then if considering the damage that Renown did historically, if they manage to get a few more hits, there could be, well, it could be scratch one battlecruiser. It could even be scratch both battlecruisers, theoretically. It depends how the Germans handle them. If they keep trying to run away, and so therefore obscure their own firing positions, then they could get very, very severely damaged. But it's going to depend how it goes. It's going to be luck. And this is one of the problems when you're dealing with the AI scenarios in UAD, etc. Because the opponent doesn't run away. The opponent keeps on attacking. They don't run away in UAD. They don't have the option of running away. And you don't have the option of running away. Which makes it a very artificial battle in that regard. So the results are always far more dramatic than they necessarily would be, because it's fight till the enemy's dead. Whereas a real battle isn't. The real battle fights till the enemy decides that this is not going to go their way, so they're going to go and get out of there. Pre-drones are confusing. This might be because the British seem to have built so many of them that I could probably walk from Dover to Calais if you put them in line. Not quite, but you wouldn't need to actually swim that far. F1, fairly standard tactics for an empire. The Romans did it again a few hundred years later with auxiliary. Yes. Did the Roman Empire, Thomas Vard, did the Roman, is it me or did the Empire outsource land defense to colonies always? Yeah. That's right. How does the RN getting 8 Revenge-class super dreadnoughts affect decisions when it comes to 1939 King George V? Well, it's going to have an impact because if you think about it, the RN is going to therefore have 8, 5. Well, probably in those scenarios you'd have got 8 Agincourt as well. Because if you get all the Revengers, you get Agincourt. So let's say Agincourt is, for the sake of this argument, another Queen Elizabeth. Okay, just on the regular one, 15-inch guns. Because once you add in an 18-inch gun Agincourt, it then adds all sorts of extra complications to this. So you end up with 14 15-inch gun battleships, plus Hood, Tiger. What does the RN... the RN doesn't have a fast wing at that point. It then has to... It then can build... those two... It can... basically, you probably, under those circumstances, you get the RN protesting to keep hold of the big cats as battle cruisers. So they'll want to have a fast wing. They won't want to get rid of any of their 15-inch battleships. So that's your starting figure. And so you could end up with, let's say, 4 battle cruisers plus those. So 14, so that's 18 ships, plus you'd have... the RN will be starting from a position of 20 capital ships, probably, before they started getting the King George V in. I also think there's more of a chance that Nelson and Rodney get built as fast battleships, because... and the Queen Elizabeths in their upgrade probably all get the upgrade with small tube boilers and speed at some point in the 1920s. Because you'll want to make your fleet as fast as possible. So you'll probably try and get them up to... maybe not 20... maybe... probably up to at least a practical 26 knots. And you'll want Nelson and Rodney to be going at 28 knots. Because you want them as fast as you possibly can. So how does it change things? Gives the RN more options come World War II, because it means the RN has 16 battleships and 4 battle cruisers in service before the King George V come in, which is 4 battle squadrons. So that means the RN probably has whatever's available, but they probably have a battle squadron set up in the Mediterranean, a battle squadron, probably a battle squadron that they can position either in the Mediterranean and a battle squadron in UK waters. And then they have the battle cruisers going around as fast ships where they need them. So, which means you probably do have a deployment in the South Atlantic under those circumstances. You probably have a battle cruiser in the South Atlantic, battle cruiser in the North Atlantic. And if you have another one available, that will be in the Indian Ocean. So, in which case you could end up with, as said, a Battle of the River Plate where you have a battle cruiser involved. And you could also have the joy it is, considering how close Deutschland does get to some of the British cruisers. If you'd had a battle cruiser in that area, there is a potential that she runs into a battle cruiser, which can just see that much further because it's that much bigger. And has that much more power. In which case you could have ended up with Deutschland and Graf Spee sunk in the beginning of World War II, which would be massive boost to national morale. As well as the Royal Navy sinks Germany would probably be parroted around the world and turned into a movie in 5 minutes. Paul Frigard, they didn't swap between the 12s and the 1250s because, in the nicest way, that didn't work. They had the 13.5s all ready to go. So why that didn't look like a viable thing for them to do. As for the rest, well, if you notice, it's at that point the RN's actually building enough to start mucking around. If you consider prior to that point they've been building 4 or so at a time, by this point they are building, they're building, when Agincourt is being ordered, they've already got permission to order the 8 Revenges. So now Agincourt is going to be a 14, 15-inch gun battleship. You might as well muck around. And yeah, I don't, you see the thing is, it's the gun layout I don't see changing. The gun layout, I don't see. There is always a possibility that it goes down to 6 guns to become a battle cruiser, etc., like the R's will later do. But I don't see that because A, those 15-inch gun turrets don't appear anywhere. We can trace all the turrets that appear, and they all trace back to the ARB class program. They don't appear from Agincourt. We can trace things from her in terms of turbines, so fairly sure that's where the small tube turbines come from, and the small tube boilers and the geared turbines come from. Okay, but we can't really trace 15-inch guns to her. But there again, 18-inch guns suddenly appear, and they would only be ordered as part of a battleship program. And there's no other battleship program going on that's other than Agincourt that fits the timeline. So that's where I'm going for. And as anyone who's been watching me recently on Twitch will know, I got bashed by a poodle in the face again today. So yes, my nose is feeling a bit funny. Speaking of it, it's Patron. I should be checking the Patron, shouldn't I? Because the vote will be in. So let's see who's won. Probably just means the Lions replaced 1914 Revengers instead of Queen Elizabeth. Maybe Bar and Malaya are further up the priority list for a big refit. The World War One D class cruisers confused me. It feels like they couldn't decide between torpedoes and guns. What's the story? You've just hit the nail on the head. They're not sure what they need the cruisers to do. Come on, Patron. You can log me in. Thank you. Right on, Patron vote. Let's go to add source, desktop capture. Oh, which side type? I'm gonna go this way because then I get a look at it. Right on, so let's see who's won what vote. So, Paul Thompson has got 14 votes. That's going to be pretty high for the attack on Copenhagen. I think, is the vote still live? I think the vote has ended, if I'm not mistaken. The results have ended. So we've got 14 votes for one at the beginning. So I'm presuming that's going to be one of the winning ones. Oh, we got 14 votes. Paul Thompson, the attack on Copenhagen in 1801, and following operations in Danish waters until fall Napoleon. That's going to be cool. And then we've got Runon. Stalin gets his dream battlecruiser fleet. What is the NATO Western response? On 11, so that's currently number 2. But then we've got Danny Wright, Italian forces in infrastructure in Red Sea in 1940. What were the capabilities and plans of those forces? Also 11. And on 12, we have Green Boys at Jutland. What difference would this have made on the battle in the aftermath and immediate post-war? Well, I think we know the two winners, with 14 and 12 votes respectively, so fairly close. And 2 on 11, we have Paul Thompson, and we have Bale and Aura. You have won. Yeah, hey. Tozan, yeah, a bit like fighting on computer in some war game. They don't retire either. I do after about 20% casualties and not achieving anything. Douglas Fairbanks Jr., commander of the mixed US-UK squadron from HMS APHIS. Cool, John South, thank you. He was a group commander with his flag on HMS APHIS. Yeah, group, squadron, it's pretty much the same thing in terms of organisation at certain points. The comment, does UAD handle fog banks and rain squalls or even artificial smoke screens? I haven't used the smoke screens much from the destroyers I've been in, but it does not tend to have bad weather. It does sometimes have bad weather. Fog goes on. What's happening with my hair? It keeps hanging down on my forehead and it's annoying me. So I look like I'm preening myself when actually I'm just going, no, stop banging over my forehead. I feel like I've got a spider up there. Do you consider a 28-knot battleship a fast battleship? It's certainly entry grade for a fast battleship in the 1920s and 30s. Once you get above that, you're starting to get into the later fast battleships, but yeah, to get to a fast battleship in the 1920s, 1930s, you're looking at 28 knots. I was wondering, what killed the Vickers Sea Dragon close-in weapon system? Cost. Or rather, how much the government was prepared to pay. No, other than Warspite or Tribals, which Iron Machine Spirit would be the worst for the enemy if it took full control of the ship? HMS Queen Elizabeth has an interesting history as a ship goes. A very interesting history as a ship goes. So does Agamemnon. But I think I'm going to go with Africa. Mainly because I keep talking about Age of Sail, and HMS Africa, of course, has the starring entrance into the Battle of Trafalgar, where she forms a third column all of herself. Not on Clarke, I know you have no influence on such things, but what would the reaction be to announcing the Type 31 Campbell House making a goodwill visit to St. Nazaire? Someone probably would want to check the bow out. That wasn't really what I want. I picked as a name for a ship. It was an extra battle circuit cruiser might have saved Glorious. Yeah, there might have been a battle cruiser with her. Or there was another capital ship wandering around. Can you see the Royal Navy accepting a Type 22 that has 2 SAM systems, 4 30mm, 2 20mm guns, 2 triple torpedo tubes, and no accelerator, as it would not exist, and no 4.5 or 55-inch gun, because the defence planners say the gun is being obsolete. The gun is obsolete. Well, they did accept one which had no 4.5-inch 55 caliber gun, but no Exocet as well would probably be pushing it too far. So basically, with Exocet, they'll accept with no gun. They did. They were called Batch 1s. They later changed things when they introduced the broad-beamed Type 22. And they gained Harpoon, of course. Hey, Stafford. On Archangel, I was thinking of Q turret versus XY turret. During Age of then the Iron did very much like mucking around the engine in the same class, so small tube boilers make a lot of sense. Dreadnoughts. No, they weren't going to put Q turret into there. You'd have to add. You'd be adding. They've in scenarios where they are taking a battleship design which has an XY design, XYQ design. They have deleted X turret to get more engines in, but they would not redesign. You're talking about redesigning the entire ship once you're moving a turret, because that's what in fact you're doing. So the thing is that would not fit with being a Queen Elizabeth class, because then you're changing the form. Remember, that's the scenario you have to deal with. Okay, the British do get... The British have some quite strict things on what constitutes a new class, subclass, etc. There is a reason the Formidable class are called the Formidable class, rather than being called a continuation of the Canopus class or the Majestic class, because they do constitute a new class. One of the reasons is they have a new form. Metro, when will you continue building HMS Belfast? When the parts arrive. You know, South one big advantage of 8R class battleships is it creates more dock work in the 1920s and extra demand reduces some of the cuts. Potentially. Coming on, you and the AI can run away in the UAD campaign. Yes, but not in the simulations. Excellent. Sorry, I won't be at the 16th or 23rd lives. I'm in Disneyland, California on those Thursdays. I know this is a terrible excuse, and I'll be sentenced to the cat for this. No, I'm sure it's fine. Fantastic. I'd like to see an HMS Eskimo AI reacting losing a bound. Darn it! Why does this happen every frigging time? Have you ever looked at a ship design and thought it must be a fever dream? Oh, many, many times. The first time I actually looked through the schematics, and I'm talking about the ship build schematics, of a French hotel, you know, those French hotel pre-dreadnoughts, I honestly didn't believe it until I saw the picture of the completed ship and went, oh god, they actually built this. It's fun. I do something rude with my nose to deal with the fact of what's been dislodged. And back. Do not get whacked in the nose by a poodle. It's a big paw. HMS Africa was not fashionably late to the battle. When she arrived, the battle started. Until she arrived, it was just not happening. Just thanks. Found my answer about the Africa Queen. German gunboat is based on the Graf Grossen, which was scuttled in 1916, raised, and still works as a ferry on Lake Tanganyika and as a Lambert to this day. Thanks. Pretty much 1968 everyone. So now, on a Napoleonic era ship, are the tables and benches down more often than not? They are put up when you're working the guns. But otherwise they're down for people to make and mend things, for people to eat at. You know, there are lots of things to do. Oh. Right, don't Naval itself replacing Eskimo's bow for the umpteenth time. That's it. They need time to fit a modular bow. Clyde, get me my slide roll. How many classes would you say to Formidals and similar counters, given their opinions regarding Londons and Queens? Oh, there is an interesting. That's a whole new sort of scenario. If you look at HMS Formidable, she's considered a subclass. She's considered a subclass of the illustrious class, but in other navies, she'd be her own class, and it gets pretty darn interesting once you go through the modifications. So Clarke, tabletop rules such as Harpooneck rely on publicly known data. Where are navies using commercial rule sets for war games, but with accurate known data for the systems? Steve. That's an interesting question, because especially in a War Thunder discussion universe, where people regularly let this stuff out, people have got more and more, how do I put this, protective over these sort of details. And as such, it's well known that it used to be, they used to war game using intelligence estimates of what they thought real world capabilities were. And that is still to distinct, I think, what they try and do when they're doing wargaming, although they don't always factor in the full estimates, and certainly you might find some of the information is heavily dealt with, should I say. Right then, I think we're going to put Bell and Orders. And we'll put that one there. Oh, it's got it the other way around. Now that's helpful, isn't it? What if? And yeah. Just putting in the suggestion. So now if you look up, you should find that Patron 74 reads What If History, Green Boys of Jutland. And Patron 75 should be reading Paul Thompson's The Attack on Copenhagen and Danish Waters. What happens if there is no exit in the Falklands 1982? I'm presuming Harpoon plays an even more prominent role than it did historically. Because if you've got no exit set, your other option is the Harpoon. And that entered service in 1977, so presumably you have at least the Royal Navy have it. Maybe some other operators, some other missiles, earlier missiles might still be there, probably would be. And of course you have the fact that most of the air defence missiles have a secondary shipping role. You do not want to see what happens when a Sea Dart is used as an anti-shipping missile. I'm sorry, I'm making sure my heating is on. Because it suddenly got very cold in here. John South, I remember pretending to be a submarine class in the morning and another Loy set to 2 in the afternoon one Thursday war. Well, you know, it's always good to be changeable. And varied. War Thunder has been great for data mining of classified information weapon systems. Just make whatever vehicle bad and wait for a useful idiot to come along with security clearance to come along. The fact is, though, it's worked on all sides. Excellent. Wanted to make a heavy cruiser in UAD, and what that game, then the game gave me the name Warspite. So yeah, see you sometime next year when I'm done. Have fun. I know that the Sea Slug was used as a ground bombardment tool. Is Sea Slug the British contribution to the space race? Not quite. The British actually had a viable contribution to the space race at one point until it got shut down. Some very bright government agencies. There were some very, very bright decisions made at some points. Absolutely stellar decisions. I mean, wonderful decisions made by some British governments. Absolutely brilliant decisions. Absolutely fantastical decisions made by them. Community. Nope. Channel. Advanced settings. No. I'm looking for emojis. I will find them later. Hello, kitties. If the US American one after the Experience Dallas or something, if she doesn't sink, the US developed Harpoon is slow due to US not being appreciative of the threat posed by any ship missiles. Yep. Well, this week I've already done quite a lot of telling off various British ministers of the past one. Let's be honest, I was hardly polite yesterday about George Germain. In fact, I'm never polite about Germain. I just am not. I don't see the point in being polite about him. I know where 5 of today's 6 books are. Mainly because they're here. And this is the backup 6th one, but it wasn't intended to be the 6th one. But it just happens to be in the pile. I think I'll start off with this one. So, as you all know, because I mentioned it in the video that came out eventually on Wednesday instead of Tuesday, my copy of this is with a student, so I bought another copy. Now the reason it's with their student is because they need it more than I do at the moment because they've lost their books. And we've all sort of between us sorted out to make sure they've got books for it. But I thought, frankly, it's useful enough I should probably have a second copy. So I ordered a second copy. Again, this is the joy of being an academic and a teaching academic. You often have multiple copies of books because you need to loan them out to people. So, Battleships in Transitions, The Creation of the Steam Fleet, 1815 to 1860 by Andrew Lambert. Interesting enough, this was actually the first ever Andrew Lambert book I got. First one I ever purchased of his. Or rather, not this one, the one which is loaned out. This one has literally arrived with me this week. And it's a pretty darn good and useful book. It really is. Now, these days, this kind of book only, I think, had one print run. And it's the sort of book which you are going to get if you're interested in the end of the Age of Sail. Now, it's very specific. It does say 1815 to 1860 here. That's when it covers. 1815 to 1860. So, it covers from the end of the Napoleonic Wars to the launch of HMS Warrior. But as I pointed out, you still have some of these ships hanging around at the Battle of Lisa. They turn up. They're useful. They're still viable. They're still there. The Kaiser is doing what it needs to do. Excellent. I ordered the Lambert book on Age of Sail Battles on £1.60 plus posting. Yes, please. That was what was the book you were talking about on Thursday? Was Kendall? A long flight and lots of reading. Huh. Michael, with all the books you have, how do you organise your library? By period, by subject, by nation, any method? By use. General reference are up there, so I can easily grab them on that shelf. Specific references are higher. Books which I am using for actual projects tend to be around this point. Books which I need as quick references are behind me. Books which are further references are further away. And I know where it all is, roughly. Now, I would point out this book does have plans in it. It has pictures in it, including some really gorgeous pictures and some really gorgeous paintings. At this point, Andrew was described when he produced his book. Andrew Lambert is a young historian who recently completed a PhD thesis on the Baltic naval campaign of the Crimean War. During the course of his research, it became evident that very little reliable information had ever been published on the chief naval weapon of the period, the steam line of battleship. This made it difficult to evaluate strategic and even political decisions made during the campaign, so as part of his background research he set out to complete a brief history of the type. This proved to be more complex and historically more significant than the conventional view suggested, and merited more attention. The result was a detailed study outlining both the design and background and the particulars of the ships themselves, now published as Battleships in Transition. Although this is his first full-length book, Andrew Lambert has written articles for historical journals such as the Mariner's Mirror and Warship, and has contributed to the forthcoming Naval Records Society Naval Miscellany volume. So yes, this is his first, Andrew Lambert's first book. Now, everyone, listen to the question you just asked. Okay? It's a double-loaded political question. Because if the RN rejects the Type 22s because of the lack of offensive armament, so basically you've stripped them of their missiles, does the government axe the whole project in their quest to gut the UK's ability to defend itself? Well, first thing, if the RN doesn't have missiles available as anti-ship weapons, they'll put a gun on it. Because that's what they did do. They took the gun off when they decided that anti-ship missiles and all missile future was the future of the Navy. If they weren't going to put anti-ship missiles on a design, they put a gun on it. Hence the Type 42s did have a gun. Secondly, the government's plan is not to try and gut the UK's ability to defend itself. No government has that ambition or that plan. They're just stupid in the way they manage their funding and defence organisations, so that's the end result. It's not their intention. Secondly, I'm talking about an age, the battle fleet in transition and the steam battleships. I'm sure. How useful was the RN ship of the line that got sunk by Stukas at the time of her loss, albeit presumably a store ship, accommodation training? It's always nice to have accommodation. Alright, there we go. I've still got to get a reading license here, haven't I? The international crisis that developed into the Russian war concerned the fate of European possessions of the Turkish Empire. It necessitated a rapid increase in the commissioned strength for the Royal Navy to cover Russian fleets in the Baltic and the Black Sea. Rear Admiral Sir Edmund Lyons, appointed second in command of the Mediterranean Fleet, insisted on flying his flag on a steam battleship and selected the Agamemnon. Graham was placed on the horns of a dilemma by the crisis, for despite the repeated acceleration of those ships converting to steam, there would not be enough of them for one fleet, let alone two that were required. The only solution he could adopt was a compromise. The Mediterranean fleet was restricted to two steam battleships, the Agamemnon and the Sans Pareil, despite the fact that the French had fleeted free, the Montebello, the 120 guns, the Charlemagne 80 and Le Napoleon. Please note, that was an admiral demanding he have a steam battleship, but please note. The British steamers were concentrated in the Baltic fleet. Vice Admiral Sir Charles Napier flew his flag in the 131-gun Duke of Wellington, and took with him the Royal George, 120 guns, the St. Jean d'Arc, yeah, the Joan d'Arc, yeah, 101 guns, the Princess Royal, Caesar, James Watt and Nile with 91s and 91 guns, and the Cressy and the Majestic, 80 guns, and the 4 block ships. Graham did not consider this force adequate to deal with up to 30 Russian sail line, so he also sent 6 sailing battleships. However, Napier wisely kept them to the rear with the inferior steamers under his nervous second-in-command, Rear Admiral Corrie. Nervous, the guy lived on his blooming pins. He was later joined by 9 French battleships, only one of which, the Austerlitz, was a steamer, and he was therefore forced to employ a mixed squadron. In both theatres, the Russian fleets remained secure behind the stone walls of Sebastopol, Svelborg, and Kronstadt. Consequently, the Allied steam battleships had no opportunity to demonstrate their worth in a fleet action. However, all that was in the future, when Walker decided that the only method of creating further ships for war service lay in converting existing tonnage on the simple plan applied to the Majestic. Not wishing to modify first or large second-rate ships in this fashion, he turned to the Simonite 80s that were either completed or in advanced state of construction. On the 17th of January 1854, he ordered the conversion of the Colossus, and followed this with the Centurion and Mars and the incomplete Brunswick and Irresistible. These conversions were not part of Walker's long-term plan for the development of a steam battle fleet. He had a low regard for the 80-gun ships and preferred to meet sailing fleets of Russia with hurried adaptations of these second-class ships, while continuing work on new and converted first and second rates to counter the growing threat from France. Walker and Graham shared a conviction that after the war, France would resume her role as Britain's principal rival at sea, and both men considered that only a long-term programme of new construction would provide a suitable fleet. Therefore, Walker ordered the conversion of the Royal Sovereign, an incomplete sister of the Duke of Wellington, and the new Donegal, an improved St. Jean d'Arc. Early in 1855, he obtained the sanction of the Admiralty to commence 2 new steam three-deckers, the Victoria and the Howe, on 120 guns, and also the 91-gun Revenge. The former pair, like all new construction of the Russian war, bore no relation to the requirements of the moment, being a direct response to the new French steamer, the three-decker Bretagne, with 130 guns. However, unlike Bretagne, the British ships took over 5 years to build, reflecting Walker's concern over the quality of materials used on new ships. When Graham left the Admiralty on 22nd February, Walker lost his strongest ally. The new First Lord, Sir Charles Wood, 1855-58, did not share Graham's understanding of naval matters, nor did he possess the same political influence. Consequently, no new work was put in hand to follow ships then building. All thoughts were turned to the war effort, and in particular to Crimea. However, Walker had considerable freedom to run his department, the more so as Wood was advised by Graham to refer to administrative problems to him. Furthermore, Walker was free to issue orders directly to the dockyards for the duration of the war. By cutting out the need to refer to the Admiralty, the Surveyor's Office was able to cope with the vast increase in paperwork occasioned by the war. Graham had always held out against any unnecessary wartime expenditure in much the same manner as Gladstone, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. When Napier called for gunboats and mortar vessels to carry the Baltic campaign to the Russians, he had been advised to hire Swedish steamers. The Admiralty also fitted out some old steam pickets as makeshift gunboats, until one of them blew up. The sums expended on new steam battleships during the same period were considerable, but Graham did not object to this, for unlike gunboats, battleships would be needed for the French war, he considered inevitable. However, the needs of both fleets of small craft became so glaring that he was forced to act. The first half-dozen gun vessels were unsatisfactory and completed too late for Baltic operations in 1854. The requirements on the northern theatre for craft to bombard Sevastopol, Svelborg, and Kronstadt led to the programme of October 1854. Graham, having realised that the strategic value of the Baltic, prepared a force to carry the fight to the Russians. A combination of 5 floating batteries, 5 more block ships, a score each of gunboats and mortar vessels, and a similar French force, promised to give the Allied fleet the equipment it needed. Graham still found it necessary to sweeten the £650,000 pill for Gladstone by observing that all the types built would also answer for coast defence after the war. Hence block ships. It's a very, very good book, and I highly recommend it if you're interested in Age of Sail stuff and the end of Age of Sail, but I'm even more interested if you want to read about this period of history which is often put to one side. Nighttime Productions. You redacted a whole load of questions. My family library that's spread around the house is organised around time periods and then into alphabetical order, and all the bookshelves have cards on to tell what period they are on the theme. That was a long-term project. Sounds good. C. Clarke, re-polygonal rifling and small arms and field artillery developed by Whitworth in the 1960s. Do you mean in 1860s? I think you mean 1860s, not 1960s, and I'm sure he would have done if he could have. No, sorry. We know the US would and did abandon dogfighting because of Korea. No, they didn't because of Korea. They did it because they thought with the age of the air-to-air missile and the other things with the engagement of aircraft that air-to-air dogfighting would not take place anymore. That it would end after Korea. But then they found it went down over Vietnam, and that's why they brought back in the Top Gun school. So it wasn't because of Korea. It was because of the events after Korea. Basically, it's the old eye of, oh, technology has changed warfighting. Has. How much has it changed warfighting? Not as much as we might like to believe. Hello, Mike Newman. I like this plan. Take the ships you have disdain for and convert them into the most powerful things afloat by giving them the power to ignore the wind and operate without regard of it. It works. If it fails, as Bruno says, you have a useful ship, and if it works, you now have a useful ship. Jack Wright, did Soot stick with the sails and cause sailing problems? Did they have to clean the sails to remove the soot? There is a little pull of the leg, but, you know, read the book, you'll find out. If you can get a copy, it's worthwhile getting a copy. Who's it published by? Conway. As said, I now have 2 copies. Or rather, I have one in my current. I have 2 I own, but 1 in my possession. Collins, to be fair, the debut of the AIM-9s over Taiwan against plasmic fixed industry in the 70s was pretty convincing. Life happens. Life happens. Right. John Sugden Nelson, I think. These were all personal buys. And this is published in 1977. I will always tell you when I get a book sent to me by a publisher to review, because I always say it's a new book and I say it's a review one, but this was published in 1984. So this was published before I was born. That's a real question based on book colour. Well, there's a reason you notice that when they are under steam, they have their sails furled up to let the steam out, let the smoke out. Yes, they do get a bit sooty. Yes, they do get a bit dirty, but they can just clean them. It's not massively bad. New books I get sent as personal ones to read by publishers. Have I got any within hand reach of me at the moment? Oh yeah, I've got. This was one of the ones sent to me by Pen and Sword to review. So this was a book to be sent to me by publishers. Neither of these were sent to me by publishers. They are both both purchased. I'd say roughly 75% of my books to... Well, no, not 75%. 75% of my books are purchases. Roughly 22% probably by volume are gifts from people, because people are usually give me books. And that's where some of the repeats come in, including there's the fact that my mum gave me the same book 4 Christmases in a row because she saw it and thought it would be a perfect book for me. I love her dearly. I've never had the heart to tell her. Most of the family have worked it out because most of the family remembered. But every year they looked at my mum and went, is this a running gag? But no, that is why I have 4 copies of Andrew Lambert's Admirals that I own. Currently in my possession I have 2 copies. Currently I have 1 possession, and 1 is still out on loan to the same person who has my other copy of this, and 1 is currently with another student. And the remainder are personal, but are sent to me by publishers. It's a very small minority of books I get sent to me by publishers. Nathan, if the series of club, how does a bit of Korean war affect the British? As the sort of B-29 is not going to happen, but it's basically if you have a better Korean air war and the air defense works better in the Korean War, it might slow down some of the British approaches to air defense. They, especially, it's going to sound strange, if you get more jets killed by turboprop aircraft, that might change the Royal Navy's approach to the Western World, etc. But, you know, we'll see. Okay. For starters, I need to make this brighter. That's the wrong button. There are 4 buttons in a row. Bright as it can be now. Okay. Would I want to serve on the Age of Sailorship as a hand? Probably not now. It depends on how I was starting out. And how would your insomnia affect that? I would probably get a lot on Night Watch. I would probably be forever getting the Dog Watch. At 3:30 on the afternoon of 1st of June, 5 ships entered the bay and moored near the Badger. 4 were London merchantmen, and the other was their escort, the 20-gun Glasgow, under Captain Thomas Lloyd. About 2 hours later, an alarm was raised on Glasgow. The ship was on fire. A purser's steward, Richard Brace, had been stealing rum from the after hold and dropped a light into the cask. Soon the flames were out of control and smoke was billowing from the quarterdeck, hatchway on the starboard side of the ship. creating what Nelson described as a most shocking sight. A terrifying scenario loomed, for Lloyd's was no ordinary cargo. He had been shipping gunpowder to Jamaica, and if it exploded, the Glasgow, the other ships sharing the anchorage, and the warehouses and magazines were all threatened with violent destruction. There could have been a panic, but Lloyd kept his head and for part of the time directed operations from the unsafe station of a boom. The court-martial, held on Bristol at Port Royal the following month, recognised his efforts to save the ship. Sir Peter Parker happily reported the captain's acquittal, declaring that he had behaved remarkably and been well seconded by his officers and crew. Only the miserable steward was held culpable, and he was lucky to get no more than 100 lashes for the conduct leading to such calamitous consequences. Nelson learned of disaster from the Lieutenant Richard Oakley of the Glasgow. Oakley was out in a boat, pressing sailors when the fire broke out, but seeing the smoke and confusion on board, he returned at once. Calling alongside the Badger, Oakley demanded as many buckets as he could be found, and collected the first dozen and pulled strenuously back to the Glasgow. Nelson had his boats manned, commandeered 2 more from nearby merchantmen, and the rest of the buckets hurried after Oakley to help. Nelson's official biographers, Clarke and MacArthur, not this Clarke, gave their hero the full credit for evacuating Glasgow. In their version, Nelson finds the Glasgow's men abandoning the burning ship by jumping into the sea, but turns them back, insisting that the powder must first be thrown overboard and all guns be pointed upwards. This story, designed purely to inflate Nelson's reputation, was a libel on the officers and men of the unfortunate ship, and erased Lloyd and Oakley from the rescue completely. Nelson himself never made so extravagant an assertion. Though characteristically effusive with about his contribution, he allowed that it was owing to my exertions, joined to his, Lloyd's, that the whole crew was rescued from the flames. Inasmuch as he provided many of the boats needed to evacuate the 160 men, there was some justification for this claim. In reality, Lloyd's men were desperately fighting the flames before Nelson arrived. Hammocks soaked in water were thrown onto the after hold to dampen the fire, and attempts were made to contain it beneath the lower deck before the suffocating smoke and heat between the decks drove the men back. Oakley and the gunner both claimed the honour of prompting the removal of the powder, and Lloyd later said that he gave the order that none should leave the ship until every cask had been thrown overboard. Oakley, the gunner, and a dozen men broke open the magazine door, and by 6 o'clock barrels and munitions were being handed up the fore hatchway. Last to be cleared were the filled cartridges. If a major explosion had been averted, however, the ship itself was doomed. At about 7, the flames were breaking through the quarterdeck, licking up the mizzen and main rigging, and running forward, and the order to abandon ship had to be given. Nelson's contemporary statement, hitherto unused by biographers, was given to the court-martial in Port Royal, and completely destroys the Clarke and MacArthur fable. On the 1st of June, between 5 and 6 in the evening, I saw the alarm of the fire on board the Glasgow. I immediately ordered all assistance from the Badger, which was immediately sent. I went alongside and saw the ship in a blaze. About 1/4 of an hour after the first alarm, after 7 o'clock, the flames broke through the quarterdeck and ascended the main and mizzen rigging, when the boats were ordered by Captain Lloyd to the bows of the ship to receive the men. They were carried from thence on board the Badger. Several of the men were burned, particularly the master, Thomas Kirby, who died the next day. When I went alongside, I heard Captain Lloyd encouraging the men in getting the powder out of the magazine and to throw the powder out of the arm chest on the quarterdeck. Likewise, to lay down the guns to prevent their doing any damage to the shipping or the town. The ship was lined entirely from bowsprit to quarterdeck with men, drawing water to extinguish fire with expedition and good order. On the decks of the Badger, officers and men of the Glasgow huddled in disbelief. But although some had been burned, most were safe. The master of a merchant ship then came aboard to protest at the danger to his ship, and it was decided to haul the burning carcass out to sea. Nelson and Lloyd cut the bower cables, securing the dying ship, got a horse saw aboard her, and about 8:30 turned her loose before a wind from the land. She drifted away, the flames pattening the dark water and consuming her to the waterline, until about midnight, when the ruined shell exploded and sunk swiftly. The master of Glasgow died of his injuries at 7 the following morning, and 9 days later another seaman also died, although whether in consequence of the fire is unknown. Unfortunately, the rainy season broke the day after the tragedy, and the sickness appeared amongst the refugees, squatting on the open decks of the little Badger, unable to find shelter below. Horatio shed his burden as quickly as he could. Some sailors were left at Montego Bay when he put to sea on the 2nd of June, and 6 days later, another 70 were transferred to the Achilles, victor at St. Ives Harbour, where Nelson also disembarked over 20 muskets, 18 cartouche boxes, 52 4-pounder shot, half a barrel of powder, a dozen boarding pikes, and a number of matching paper cartridges and powder horns. The remaining passengers were discharged at Port Royal when Nelson reached there with a convoy on the 9th of June. Nelson usually felt for unfortunate officers and wrote a week after the event that Captain Lloyd was still very melancholy indeed, while poor Oakley, a very good young fellow, had lost everything but the clothes he stood in. Though exonerated by court and re-employed, Lloyd never prospered. Eventually he retired to Carmarthen and Wales, but Nelson never forgot him and nor failed to express his greatest respect for the unfortunate officer. A little more than 4 years before his own death off Cape Trafalgar, he wrote to Lloyd that my heart is always warm to you and your friendship will be a pleasure of my life. Let the world either smile or frown upon me. It was a melancholy end to Nelson's first official command. On the 13th of June, in the voyage from St Anne's to Port Royal, he chased a brig that refused to respond to warning shots. 100 rounds and grape shot were fired before the quarry submitted, but investigation merely revealed her to be a Jamaican privateer. However, exciting news awaited Nelson in port. Sir Peter Parker had a frigate for him to command, and was promoting him to post-captain. On 20th of June, Nelson consigned a badger to the capable hands of his good friend, Cuthbert Collingwood, thrilled to have gained that life-changing foothold on the bottom of the captain's list. He was still only 20 years old, and plenty of time to travel the long road to flag rank. Before his death, Captain Suckling had predicted that Reverend Edmund Nelson would live to see his son an admiral, and now it looked as if the prophecy might be fulfilled. Hello, Jacob. So, without the mean, is it possible that the Soviets would have put more research into axial flow compressors, and who knows, maybe the MiG-15 might have been a better engine? It's always possible. It's always possible. It could have also taken a longer time to develop, so it might not have been available in time. So, Clarke, Alex, in your opinion, what is the most likely naval conspiracy theory, and which is the worst misinterpretation of a viable evidence? Oh, good lord. Conspiracy theories. I heard one the other day that the Russian fleet at Toshima really didn't get sunk. That they actually all went off and lived in Hawaii. They just handed their ships over to the Japanese and then departed to go live in Hawaii, and I went, that's just twaddle. And that is just twaddle. What is the most likely naval conspiracy theory? Honestly, naval conspiracy theories are rarely thought of. There are various people there are contentious issues in naval affairs. There are often contentious issues. But conspiracy theories, there are there aren't really many of those that I would actually warrant discussing. Aren't more than just one person's particular bête noire. Nothing. So if old props and the better World War II Western jets make a slaughter of the German engine-powered Soviet jets, as that's what North Korean and Chinese would mean the Western world, Sakran could do. Glasgow was the ship that burned with powder and exploded. You know, there's always the Mary Celeste and the various themes that go around her and what happened to her. It's just... And the reality is, it's probably just people unused to the particular crew. They were the crew that they were sort of the unused to the particular cargo they were carrying and the noises and the things it would do to the hull. Sounded like it was going to blow, so they got off the ship, and then their rope got cut. Oh, Glasgow exploded in the Caribbean. 1779. It was the 6th rate post ship, and it was in Montego Bay, Jamaica. And she was a pretty successful ship. She'd actually run into 6, on her maiden voyage, had run into 6 ships of the Continental Navy and managed to get away from them. No. To be fair, that whilst it's not language I prefer to be used at Stafford, it's not exactly the worst language in the world. So, let's add in this detail. This is David Thomas. Now, this is one of those books which tends to cause fun when you produce it. Battles and Honours of the Royal Navy by David Thomas. Yeah, Stafford, it's not me who you have to be worried about as much. Remember, Melanie's on duty. Dad's not on duty, so there's no one out there who can actually silence a admin. But there is a Melanie. There is a Melanie. And Melanie has, actually, just checking. I'm not sure how much power Melanie has, but I would be careful, Stafford. So, let's see. The fact is, this book is divided into Section 1, Battles and Campaign Honours, pages 9 to 241. Section 2, Battles Not Awarded Honours, 241 to 293. Section 3, Single Ship and Boat Service Actions, 293 to 317. Section 4, Fleet Air Arms Squadron Honours, 317 to 327. Section 5, Royal Marine Awards, 327 to 337. And honestly, I think we'll start off with the Fleet Air Arms Squadron Honours because they're just fun. So, 700 Squadron. They have the award of the Battle of the River Plate, 1939, Norway, 1940, Sparta-Bento, 1940, Atlantic Squadron, Atlantic, 1941 to 41, Mediterranean, 1941, Mediterranean, 1942 to free, North Africa, 1942 for free, Malta Convoys, 1940. No, hang on, no, that's the 700 Squadron. Trouble is, it's in 2 columns, and I thought it went across the page, and then I realised, no, it goes down the page, and then there's the next slide. Pick a squadron, any squadron, and if it's got battle honours, I will tell you. Let's look up 809 Squadron, the Phoenix Squadron. Arctic 1941, Malta Convoys 1942, North Africa 1942, Salerno 1943, Aegean 1944, South France 1944, Burma 1945, and Falkland Islands 1982. 801 Squadron, Norway 1941, Dunkirk 1940, Malta Convoys 1942, Japan 1945, Korea 1952-3, Falkland Islands 1982. 800 Squadron, Norway 1940, Mediterranean 1940-1, Spadavento 1940, Bismarck Action 1941, Malta Convoys 1941-2, Diego Suarez 1942, North Africa 1942, Aegean 1943-4, and South France 1944, Burma 1944-5, Korea 1950, Falkland Islands 1982. Goodness gracious me. (1799) Surprise, the honour, the ship honoured is Surprise. The battle is Hermine, 1799, on the 25th of October. Hermine's story is an astonishing one. 2 years before this encounter in 1797, Hermina's crew handed her over to the Spanish at La Guara. Now, a ship's company of 385, she lay moored between 2 ship batteries at Puerto Cabello. Captain Hamilton, in his ship Surprise, found Hermine and pressed home an attack. After some fierce fighting, the Spaniards surrendered, but only after having suffered 119 men killed and over another 97 wounded. Almost unbelievably, Surprise's casualties amounted to only 12 wounded. Stafford, you called her little lady. At this point, you're going to get hurt. Spare the rod, spoil the mod. Actually, Melanie, as you're marked in next seniority to Dan, why don't you check and see if you do have the power to do anything? Because I'm not sure how the system's set up, whether you do have any power to actually with another admin. Because I'm only supposed to have one, but I was sort of checking the settings the other week because of Dan and Seneca, so... Paul Webster, alternate history. Imagine what the RN would have got up to had global warming been a thing in the age of sail and the Arctic being known to be ice-free. Oh, good lord, imagine poor Russia. There again, imagine what they'd done tried to do in the Pacific. There again, if it was global warming, if it was, basically, if you had, the scenario where that works is the Earth has to be big and the ice caps don't have to extend as far down as the actual land mass. And so you can sneak around the shores because, you know... No, again, not on me. But it looks like I can remove messages of mods. Ah, so you are the senior mod of the regular mods. It's an interesting scenario. Warspite. Well, I've just given up counting on the. I'm going to let it go to chat. Enterprise CV6 and that. HMS Warspite just gets honours and awards, but it. You know, it's when you sort of read through the battle honours of some of these ships and you just go, oh my lord. Basically, with this scenario, what you're doing is you look up the actual battle, and they're in alphabetical order. The battles are in alphabetical order. So you think of a battle, and you look it up and go, oh, so you're involved in this battle. Let's go to a nice past battle. San Sebastian, 1813. During the French Peninsula Campaign of August to September 1813, a British squadron of ships worked closely with the Spanish patriots against the French. San Sebastian lay in a pretty bay, a stark fortress dominating the entrance of the town. The French border lay to a few miles to the east, and close to the west was Guernica. Further along the coast was Santander. A naval squadron under the command of Sir George Collier of the Surveillant, 38 guns, employed his ships to bring off a hard-pressed British garrison of 1,150 men and convey them to the safety of Castro-Elenes, a few miles from Santander. Collier's squadron cooperated with General Graham in the reduction of San Sebastian and blockaded the town for several weeks until the French surrender early in September. The battle honours are awarded to Ajax, Andromeda, Arrow, Beagle, Challenge, Constant, Dispatch, Fraser, Holly, Juniper, Lyra, Magazine, President, Revolutionaire, Sparrow, and Surveillant. It is unclear what contribution was made during this campaign by the following: Royalist, Nimble, Stork, Racer, Trio, Reindeer, Goldfinch, and gunboats 14, 16, 19, 20, and 22, but they aren't mentioned in dispatches. Yeah, it's the same Stafford for me, but don't take this the wrong way. I still find there is a strong that is not necessarily a good survival tactic to use that phrase. It might be true. I have got a friend who my literal nickname for them is Short Stuff. That is my literal nickname. We've had that nickname, and that nickname has been her nickname since she called herself that nearly 20 years ago. I still would not dare call her little, because then I would have the experience of I might be kind of like with Mighty Fluff, the corgi, maybe small but still capable of bringing the damage. Oh. Oh. Yeah. That's good. I'm not entirely sure how you're still alive. Oh, what's it? Sorry. It's one of those classic scenarios. You're just laughing away and go, hang on, have I got a scab on my... How have I got a scab on here? When did I cut myself? When did I cut myself? I have so got to work on actually feeling proper pain. I don't know. I've got to work on it. Literally, I have. 01... Ooh. That's good. It helps when I have my hand on her forehead. She can't reach me. Yes, but you have to sleep at some point. Do you think any of my students watch my channel? Some of them do. I do know some do, but they tend to watch the videos on catch-up rather than watching the lives. Apparently when they watch the lives, the urge to call me Doc and ask me questions and basically stick their hand up is too great. And they're worried that they're going to run into trouble at some point. I tell them they won't, but, you know. Life happens. I said that I am still quite surprised by the fact that every time I do an Age of Sail video, it doesn't get anywhere near the viewership of the others. And I'm trying to work out, maybe it's maybe there's a sort of a phraseology I should use in things when I'm doing it. That's scheduled for the 5th of April. And that's going to be scheduled for next week. Yep. I'm just checking the various videos we have scheduled up. This week's UAD videos should be quite fun. And I probably will do a couple more extra streams, random streams on Twitch at certain points, because I'm going to be checking out some games and some systems on there to check if they work. And I might as well do a live stream when I do it. Yeah, no. Quite a lot of my students call me Doc. Well, literally because it's just there's so many Alexes in the class. In one of my class there are 6 other Alexes, 4 girls, 2 boys. So to try and make it, because I don't mind if they call me by my first name. I do to an extent insist on it. If it's one of those scenarios where I don't mind in my seminar groups, as a rule. But in the lecture theatre especially, I do tend to insist, look, I'm the lecturer here, in this room you call me doctor, because that's my job. But the main reason that I insist on that is not for my personal needs. It's going to sound strange, but I noticed my sister, and a lot of lecturers like her. My sister is quite good at controlling class and is experienced at it, but they have more issues than I do. And one of those issues usually is because it's gonna sound strange, but still we have an issue when you have a large body of people. They're not always all respectful of the fact that the person at the front of the room has to do a lot of qualifications to get there, and you treat them with respect. So I get my students into a habit that in a lecture theatre you call everyone by their title, doctor or professor, in the lecture theatre. In a seminar room, it's more of a closed thing, and if you come into office hours, then it's personal conversation. It doesn't matter. It's just be respectful, because that's the purpose of everyone's communication. I'll be respectful of you, you be respectful of me, and it'll work, and we'll communicate. But, and because of course I'm not going in and doing actual physical lectures, so at the moment it doesn't sort of really matter to me. But I do remember it must have been a couple of years pre-COVID, I was walking through the university. I'd finished giving my lecture and I was walking back to my office to pick up my stuff. And there was a new lecturer in giving a lecture. And the class was being terribly noisy. The lecture theatre was being terribly noisy. And so I thought, well, maybe they're doing an interactive game, but I will pop in the back and see what's going on, because it sounds interesting. I walked in the back, and they're my students. I know some of them. And the lecturer was trying to talk at the front, and they were talking over her. And I didn't like that. And I basically smiled down at her and sort of went, and she went, looked at me like that, and I went, okay, fine, I'll get involved. So then full volume, and I won't do it here. Excuse me! Silence. Is this how you've been taught to behave when you are paying money to hear someone teach you? Someone who's an expert in their field impart their wisdom to you with 4 weeks to go before an exam. Is this how we behave? Like we're in a gymkhana and we're all sitting around in the cafe table having fun. Firstly, I made them apologise, and then I explained to them that I would be leaving the room because it was disrespectful. It would be disrespectful for me to have to sit in the room. But if they didn't respect the lecturer and didn't talk about him, I would find out because I wouldn't be far away, and I would be very disappointed in them. But it usually is more likely to affect, my experience, female lecturers than male lecturers. But if you're a quietly spoken person, you can, as a lecturer, you can have a class which goes absolutely nuts. You need to be loud and projected, and that's the real thing. But as it's more of a problem as a rule if you're female than if you're male. More of a problem. And I did that very quietly, please note. Because, warning, turn the volume down low. I can go up to here! Quite quickly! And keep it up! Because I have to sometimes! Because my normal lecturing voice is, hello everyone, how are we doing today? Right then, everyone take your seats. Come on, come on, come on, mush, mush, mush. We've got time and daylight's burning. Hello everyone, right then, sit down. We're here for the Age of Sail. Let's go. Right then, we're going to be looking at today at this topic, this topic, this topic, this topic, this topic. Then we're going to work through them. Okay. Do you all know your seminar teams? Do you know who's going to be taking your seminars? Make sure you have notes. Make sure you spot what they're looking at. Right then, let's start off well, shall we? That's the normal lecturing voice, which I will keep up for hours. Quite happily at that volume. But I can go louder when I need to. But I don't tend to. Not when I'm doing online. Anyway, back to normal volumes. I know the feeling. I'm 20 years old and I just want to stick my hand up before asking you a question. Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to answer questions. So you got Alex. It's been said that before that the Kriegsmarine would have been better off building more Scharnhorst than Bismarck and Tirpitz. Roughly how many would have been constructed in time available? They could probably have got out another 4 to 6 ships. In the USA, they do call all lecturers professors because in the USA, that's what a lecturer would be called. In the UK, professor is a higher rank. So in the UK, you would have doctors, will be some lecturers. Some lecturers will be PhD students, and then you'll have reader, which is a specialist. It's a sort of specialist academic, specialist doctor, who's doing more research focus. Then you'll have assistant professor / occasionally associate professor, AP, depending on where it is. Then you'll have professor, and then you'll have chair. and someone who's a chair is a professor who's got a chair. So, for example, Professor Andrew Lambert is the Lawton holds the Lawton Chair of Naval History, and that is a certain level of academic rank. And getting one of those chairs is the big thing in academia, far bigger than becoming head of department or anything like that, really. In fairness, I struggle to call you Alex in group chats on the Discord. The calling Seminole leader by the title is ingrained in you. It is, but in war studies especially, that's something which you sort of try not to get into, because some of the war seminar leaders were PhD students. When I was a PhD student, I was leading seminars, and so I was called Alex, and so I got used to that in the seminars. As my mum says, she's a doctor in a lecture, and seminar is her first name. Yeah. But there's intellectual respect and emotional respect, no? Yes, but also there's the fact that, as most of my students will tell you, I don't shout. I can be loud, but I don't shout. If I am annoyed, it's very rare. So when I do raise my voice, and I am, to an extent like that, that means you've crossed a pretty major line. And that means that things will get bad. Nightbot, what do you mean deleting? No. Undelete message, please. Nightbot and I have got to have a conversation. At some point. Oh, Nightbot. Gymkhana is a new one. It's a horse event. And it's, nattering in the gymkhanas. When if you go down to Cornwall, etc., nattering in the gymkhana fate tents is quite common. It's loud. That was one of Doctor, my neighbours. Interesting. Research remembers one lecturer who always asked us where we had got to, so we got the same lectures 3 times, I think. Then we had an economics guy who after lunch would be as a new anyway. Yeah. It can also get very loud. On very occasion, I've been known to be louder than music at sort of 15 odd meters. Cool. I will have to have a conversation with Nightbot. Darius Ratsky, it seems to be upset with you for some reason. Stop spamming caps. Warning. It doesn't like caps. It doesn't like the caps you keep using. You're actually writing in proper sentences. Malaga, on one hand, the headphones mean at night that neighbours don't get disturbed. On the other hand, ow. I did give you warning. Yeah. I remember helping my mum set up a computer electricator when a student came in and was just plain horrible. Some are. Sorry, little girl. Sorry, little Ty. I don't know. If you get 8 Type 82s coming to service through certain assemblies, how long does the class stay in commission? There's a bit more spare time for upgrades, but I imagine a steam plant meant their days are numbered in quite short order. It depends how much of a conversion they go through, because remember they're steam and gas. So it might be they get their steam plant replaced by a second gas plant. And that could be interesting. There is space for upgrades and volumes. Again, regards to the T-82s and T-42s, regarding quality versus quantity, what are your thoughts on the debate with those two classes? It would be really interesting what would get built if you lost them. If you lost some ships in the Falklands War, and they probably still build Type 42, so you probably get 8 and 8. So it'd then be an interesting scenario of, depending on what gets lost, what gets built. Is it more Type 42s replace the lost Type 82s? Because that's the in-production ship. Or do they build more Type 82s because they've still got those in production as well? George Newman. When I was a preteen, we went on a trip with our church group, and he was one of the adults with the group. And one of the boys was in saying when he called the boy down, there was absolute silence and buzz for at least 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. And he reminded me of the downside of having excellent hearing. Was one in a group doing hearing tests. I hit the button too soon because I was hearing the tone of the next bow. Thank you, Leslie. I can understand that. But there is another scenario you have to remember in my seminar groups is that some of the master seminars you had full colonels and Royal Navy captains in, and it was just easier for everyone if we all went by first name. It was less scary for people when they were trying to have if I used my title, they had to use their titles, and it was just a case of, because I'm right. No, none of us will use our titles. And it's just it allows the conversation to get slightly easier for the 22, 23-year-old master students who are going, but how am I supposed to have a debate with him? We're talking amphibious warfare, and he's literally a Royal Marine and a US Marine. How are you supposed to debate them? You pretend they're fellow students, because that's what they are. And I have fun laughing. Alright, one of my friends do politics lecturing has told me I have more knowledge than most of the master students, which was surprising. Not unusual. The very first college I went to, we would see our afternoon lecturer in the same pub. He would carefully did not see our group or us him. Very careful respect to that scenario. Very careful scenario. Let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7. So, Nicholas Rodgers, Commander of the Ocean. Now, I've read from this a fair number of times before, and it's always worthwhile reading, but there are sections which I haven't covered much. And this is it. For the East India Company, the accession of William III was a disaster on two fronts. Abroad, because it was forced into a very uneasy alliance with its hated rival, the Dutch East India Company, aka the VOC. At home, because the company had been so close to James II, the VOC at least understood most of the burden of the war against the French establishment in India, undertook most of the burden of the war against the French establishment in India, but this was more than counterbalanced by Whig encouragement of interlopers to break into the company's monopoly, culminating in the formation in 1698 of a new company to take over the patent. Worst of all was the effects of its trade on American piracy. Though buccaneering in the Caribbean was now mainly a French activity, openly led and sponsored by Ducasse, English piracy flourished in the northern colonies under the cover of privateering against France, and with discreet encouragement of Whig political interests in London, New York in particular, where the authorities from the governor downward were deeply implicated, gained a reputation of a second Port Royal. The favourite hunting ground of these Anglo-American pirates was the Indian Ocean, where trade was rich and European warships scarce. Basing themselves in Madagascar or other islands, they preyed especially on Indian ships. The great Mughal Aurangzeb, Emperor of India, naturally complained to the English East India Company, which depended entirely on his license to trade, while the VOC maliciously encouraged the Mughals to think that all pirates were English, and all Englishmen were pirates. In 1690, the company's trade was stopped in a retaliation for English piracy. In 1695, the pirate Henry Avery took the great Mughals' own ship, the Ganges-i-Sawani, carrying pilgrims to Mecca, whom the pirates raped and killed. This time, the company had to undertake to escort Mughal shipping to get its privileges restored. Then 3 East Indiamen mutinied and turned pirates, and in January 1698, Captain William Kidd took the Indian ship Quetta Merchant, whose cargo belonged partly to a Mughal minister, off Cochin. By 1701, the East India Company was on the verge of destruction, but at home the political tide was turning against the Whigs, and the activities of men like Kidd were becoming an embarrassment. Arrested on his return to New York, he was hanged in London on May 1701. See, you can do piracy, but you can't do too much piracy. That's the question. You have to be balanced on your piracy. You can only do so much. Financial exhaustion led to the Peace of Ryswick in 1697, but settled one of its original causes. The ambitions of Louis XIV were plainly not extinguished, and the approaching end of the childless King Charles II of Spain provided an obvious flashpoint. English politicians, however, as usual, reviewed foreign affairs, if at all, only through the lens of domestic policy. Most of the English army was disbanded. Everyone is very tranquil here, wrote William III on 23rd of November 1700, 3 weeks after the death of Charles II, and they have very little notion of the great changes in the affairs of the world. It often seems to me a punishment from heaven that men here have so little sense of what goes on outside this island, although it would become them to take an interest for their own sake, as being responsible for the affairs of the whole country. Insofar as the English perceived the risk of war, it was in the Caribbean, where relations with Spain were poisoned by legal trade and by the Scottish colony established on the Darien Isthmus in 1698, and where France was taking an unmistakable interest. Obvious commercial interests drew Anglo-Dutch fleets to the Baltic in the summers of 1700 and 1701 to enforce peace between Sweden and Denmark. Since Frederick IV of Denmark was the aggressor, the Allies acted in concert with the Swedish fleet, and in July 1700, Rooken van Almond bombarded Copenhagen. Next year, the English Parliament, Copenhagen gets bombarded quite a lot in history. Next year, the English Parliament passed the Act of Settlement, which amongst other provisions made a European war illegal without parliamentary consent, forbade the appointment of any foreign-born persons to public office, even if naturalised, and allowed no English monarch to leave the country without parliamentary consent. These insulting measures reduced William III to the status of a parliamentary lackey, and effectively drew England from the Anglo-Dutch alliance. It was still unclear, however, whether the English really could stop the world and get off. They were certainly trying. An additional empire, Operation 1701 to 1714. A series of treaties between European powers had provided for a peaceful division of the Spanish empires on the death of Charles II. Louis XIV's grandson, the Duke of Anjou, would inherit the throne. But Charles's Austrian Habsburg cousins would gain valuable territory in Italy, which was what they really wanted, while the English and Dutch looked forward to improving their access to the trade of the Spanish Americas. None of them had any appetite for further war, even though when it was revealed that in his will Charles II left all his possessions to Anjou, and Louis XIV chose to accept the will and disavow the treaties. It took a characteristic display of Louis' blundering arrogance to create another coalition against France. French troops marched into the Spanish Netherlands, threatening the Dutch frontiers. French external tariffs were sharply raised, threatening their foreign trade, while French officials moved to take over the management of the Spanish-American Empire, with the obvious intention of excluding English and Dutch merchants. For the English, the final straw came when James II died in September 1701, and Louis, repudiating one of the clauses of the 1698 peace treaty, recognised his son as James III and VIII. Oh, great, we have a pretender again. For the maritime powers, England and the Netherlands, the War of the Spanish Succession was about access to the Spanish Empire, not Spain itself. The Allies adopted a candidate for the throne, the Archduke Charles of Austria, but they did not plan majoring campaigns in the Iberian Peninsula. The protection of the Netherlands required a campaign in Flanders, as in the previous war, but the Allied fleets were expected to cut Spain's transatlantic links and force open the door for Allied trade in Spanish America. They also needed to control the western Mediterranean to cut Spain's links with her Italian Empire, and support Savoy, a vulnerable ally in a key strategic position. In Spain itself, the accession of Anjou as Philip V aroused little opposition, except amongst the Catalans, traditionally loyal to the Habsburgs and hostile to Madrid. In the Spanish-American Empire, however, officials and colonists rebuffed French attempts to take over their trade. Dutch and English traders, though officially illegal, were accepted as honest and peaceful, but the French, the only European power still sponsoring buccaneers, were regarded as little better than pirates, and Ducasse, the same who had sacked Cartagena, was the worst of all. In the Caribbean, Spanish governors eyed French admirals come to protect their silver home to Europe with an intense and fully justified suspicion. In these waters there therefore developed a sort of three-cornered war, in which French squadrons had as much trouble with their allies as their enemies. The weakness of the Spanish Navy led the government no choice but to rely on French warships to escort the silver home of the Americas to Southern Americas, but every effort was made to ensure it was landed in Spain rather than in France, whence, as Philip V's government quite rightly feared, very little of it would ever return. The French Navy therefore mounted a series of large convoy operations over the course of the war. Though on strictly military grounds, a few fast ships could have transported Spanish silver more safely, large squadrons were politically essential to demonstrate French commitment and overawe the Spanish opposition. Oh, fun. Now, this book is actually really good for reading all this and working all this out. And that's the thing. Command of the Ocean is one of those big books. There are a few big books of naval history where you will learn pretty much everything that's going on for that period. You might not learn it in the detail or depth you want, but you will get at least a surface overview of pretty much everything that's going on. This is great for that. It also gives you a lot of detail. Right now. This one, it gets better when the military, yes it does. When they turn up in lectures, they turn up as a dress uniform because they've got a function shortly afterwards. Especially if you're in a suit because you're going into the same function. It's quite fun when you arrive there, with them and people will assume you must be a senior civil servant or something because you've just walked in with very, very senior military personnel and they're looking at your age and going, ah, you fast-track civil service or something? And you're going, nope, academic. I was just teaching them. We came on the same tube. So highest rank you taught? Highest rank I've had in a lecture, in a public lecture, was... Well, he was promoted to full admiral the next day, but he was a vice admiral when I taught in the public lecture. In someone I've regularly taught, usually they're colonels, captains, sometimes majors, and majors or sort of that equivalent rank, but they're colonels or navy captains, majors or commanders. Lieutenant commanders, that sort of thing. Right, piracy, annoying the targets by taking some stuff, then they come back and one can take more stuff, farming by pirate. Yes, but as is always the case, the pirates who go too far and cause trouble tend to get turned in and tracked down quite quickly by the other pirates. James the Third and Eighth. Yep. That's what they had decided. Louis XIV decided to call James's son, James II's son, Catholic son. After all, at this point, William and Mary were on the throne. I think the more more distressing thing, Jacob, you're not impressed by uniforms, is when the lecturer turns around to the room and goes, "Gentlemen, I realise you're all dressed up for a function later, but please, can we tone down the gold braid in here and take our jackets off because I'm keep getting flashed by the lights in my eyes reflecting off it." That was a fun lecture. One of the pretenders to the throne. Well, not really. He did really have a right to the throne, so he's not really a pretender per se. Not as pretendery as some got. But certainly an interesting soul. Oh, bilge pumps is fun. We have decided to sort of go to a 2-weekly schedule because Jamie keeps worrying that we're repeating ourselves because so much of the stuff coming out at the moment is just the same. And the idea is we go to a 2-weekly schedule, and then we go back to a weekly schedule if things get more interesting. That's what, causing too much trouble for a pirate. It's like killing people if you're a pirate. It causes trouble. If you find someone who's been killing people, they're problematic. Hey, Brock, have you had time to read my books yet? Are they still bearing any work-related reading? I've read 2 of them. I think I have 2 more to go, from memory. I'm getting through them. And I'm going to be heading to Bristol, Bath direction at some point, probably in July. So, if I haven't got to them back by then, I will just give them back to you then. But it'll be easier once I've got a car sorted out. SR-177 goes ahead, and for whatever reason, the new Luftwaffe gets it too. How do you see history playing out for Germany and the RFR in particular? The ladders, they ordered 18, particular ladders, they ordered 18 prototypes. They get very interesting. Things get very, very interesting. Because it could change the perception of STOVL aircraft from the get-go. It's the thing I'm thinking of. And it could especially change the provenance of aircraft in the Falklands War. And how they're perceived. Sorry. I've managed to get a wood splinter in my finger. It's very rude, I know, but I'm trying to get it out. Got it! I managed to draw out my tooth, and then I managed to get it out of my finger. What's worse is when you don't notice it's got in, and then you look down and go, hang on, there's something sticking out of my finger. You don't wear anything under your kilts. Oh, trust me, teaching Highlanders if they're in full Highland dress is fun. Right, so next book. So, I have a video coming up called all about blockading Brest. Coming up. That's going to be an entire video topic because Brest has been one of the most blockaded ports in history and the whole history of the Western Squadron. This is a book. It's entirely about blockading of Brest from 1793 to 1815. The blockade literally has a book this size. And it is not a light read. "1797 was to produce 2 thumping victories for the Royal Navy. On the 14th of February, Admiral Sir John Jervis won a convincing victory of the Spanish at Cape St. Vincent, and the 11th of October, Admiral Adam Duncan beat the Dutch at Camperdown. For the Channel Fleet, however, the 12 months that followed the settlement of the Spithead Mutiny afforded no such dramatic events. The Admiralty's orders to Bridport on the 15th of May had a familiar ring. Bridport was to proceed to Plymouth to pick up 574s and a frigate. But if the said ships should have left Plymouth before you arrive, your lordship is to proceed off the Lizard, where you may expect to fall in with them, and upon doing so, take them under your command and proceed immediately with the whole of your force off Brest, for the purpose of watching the motions of the enemy at that place, and using your best endeavours to take or destroy any of their ships should they attempt to put to sea. The French were gone from Brest, and he could not ascertain their course. Bridport was to sail for the coast of Ireland. The Admiralty was mindful of the problems of remaining on station. He was to take every precaution in his power to avoid being driven off so far to the westward as to enable the French to get out from the Channel. On the 27th of May, the Admiralty notified Bridport that Pelew's frigate squadron had been ordered to join him with this reinforcement. The Admiralty reckoned that Bridport, while on station off Brest, would be able to afford the necessary protection to the trade of His Majesty's subjects. Bridport was thoroughly disconcerted by the lack of senior support, pointing out to Spencer that the only admiral with him was Sir Alan Gardner. He sent a list of the comparable complements of admirals of the Brest fleet, the Dutch fleet, the British North Sea Fleet, and above all the Channel Fleet under Howe, when the latter was supported by no less than 7 admirals. Spencer endeavoured to soothe him by telling him that he would shortly be joined by Vice Admiral Lord Keith and Rear Admiral Sir John Ord. Keith, when he hoisted his flag in the Queen Charlotte, demonstrated a remarkable lack of inhibition when he wrote to Spencer to suggest that his recent efforts to bring the naval mutinies at Nore under control would justify his being given an English peerage, his present title being in the Irish peerage. Spencer was decidedly unimpressed. While Keith's performance had given the King and others a very favourable impression of your energy and activity in the service, such an application as Keith had made would have greater prospect of success on some future occasion. Keith, who was born George Keith Ethelstone in 1746, entered the Navy at the age of 16, passing for lieutenant in 1769. He was made post the start of the American War and served principally in that theatre, taking a leading part in the siege and capture of Charleston. As captain of the Warrock, 50 guns, he took the Dutch Rotterdam, 52, in English waters before returning to America. During this time, he was elected to Parliament, making important political connections. In 1793, he was active under Lord Hood at Toulon and supervised the evacuation of that place. Returning home, he became Knight of the Bath and was promoted to Rear Admiral. Became a supporter of William Pitt and Lord Spencer, relationships which stood him in good stead. After a short period of the Channel Fleet, he missed the glorious 1st of June. Terrible. He commanded the squadron which seized the Cape of Good Hope and operated with success in the Indian Ocean. On his return, he was awarded an Irish peerage, taking the title Lord Keith. He was highly regarded, and not only by Pitt, but also by his fellow Scotsman Henry Dundas, the Secretary of War, and by the King. The Admiralty was by now becoming concerned with the problems of supply, as well as the inevitable wear and tear on ships of the Channel Fleet, while on station off Brest. It would be best, it was considered, for Bridport to send his ships of the line into Coulson Bay 2 at a time for provisioning, rather than to return to Torbay with the whole fleet, which was Bridport's usual practice. He was there at the beginning of July, writing to the Admiralty to report that, as requested, he reinforced Warren's squadron of Brest with 3 ships of the line and 3 frigates. He had also ordered Pellew to return to Falmouth. Latest reports from Brest suggested that the French were up to something. Captain Goire of the frigate Triton so reported to Warren that Captain Gore of the frigate Triton reported to Warren that they appeared to have 19 ships of the line and 7 frigates ready for sail, in all respects apart from a shortage of seamen. The French, always short seamen. It's terrible. That efficiency will be made good by no less than 40,000 troops expected at Brest, evidently with an expedition to Ireland in mind. They were, in addition, 4 more ships of the line and 7 frigates, which were or soon would be available. The information was corroborated by a sailor from the frigate Amazon, who had escaped from prison a week previously. By the end of July, Bridport was off Brest again, but still complaining to Spencer of the shortage of frigates, which was seriously hampering him. At the best of times, Bridport was always grumbling about the frigate shortage, not least because he did not at all approve of Warren and Pellew. He had previously told Spencer that he thought it strange that they had continued in command of frigates, notwithstanding their seniority. Spencer was having none of this. tartly replying that the service on which they were employed was of a description which seemed to require their experience and ability to conduct it, which I should think would easily account to your lordship for their continued upon it. In fact, Warren, extremely anxious to get away from Bridport, finally accepted the command of the Canada 74 in September. Pellew, however, was not to be lured away from his frigate squadron. Receiving the offer of a ship of the line from Bridport, he wrote an exceedingly polite and grossly insincere letter on the refusal on the 1st of July. I am much fluttered by your interest, your lordship, takes to my welfare, and cannot but feel very thankful for the suggestion. Your kindness offers my consideration, which I am well aware originated in the best motives, but it has long been my determination, my lord, to serve the war out in my present command. He concluded his letter with some even more unconvincing sentiments. Whenever I shall serve in a ship of the line, I have long cherished the ambition of being under your lordship's command, from motives both of great public respect and private esteem. Oh, good God, if you laid it on any thicker, you need a butter knife. It is unlikely that Bridport paid much attention to hypocritical nonsense of the sort, coming from a man whose real opinion of him as Commander-in-Chief was that he was scarcely worth drowning. A more contemptible or more miserable animal does not exist. Pellew's extravagant flattery tends to take the breath away. Bridport's desire that both Warren and Pellew and their squadrons should be under his command, therefore, may well have been sharpened by the fact that in that case he would have an animal's share of the prize money which they could earn. During the course of his career, Pellew earned, it has been calculated, some £200,000 in prize money and freight money, a staggering sum at the rates then prevailing. Notwithstanding his considerable record of success, Pellew had, as has been seen, still felt able to plead with Spencer for the indulgence of a cruise, because he was, it must be accepted, inordinately fond of increasing his considerable wealth. He was also capable of vast hypocrisy, writing to a friend in 1795, I never cared much about riches. It should, though, be noted that Pellew's latest biographer takes a different view, arguing that his supposed personal greed was largely a myth, and it was mainly a case of fearing a return to his original poverty. Quite true. The depth of the animosity between Bridport and Pellew was examined by C. Northcote Parkinson in his biography of the latter. Bridport's detestation for Pellew requires explanation. It was not personal, in that the two men had hardly met. Like most naval feuds, it was a matter of prize money. As long as Warren, Pellew, Semiramis, and their like were given separate commands in the Channel, very little profit came to Commander-in-Chief. Frigates on Admiralty orders did not share profits with flag officers. Now avarice was Bridport's particular weakness. His large fortune, based on what he acquired by marrying two heiresses in succession, would have been larger still but for Pellew. The continual presence of the Falmouth squadrons, both literally and figuratively, to windward of him, was the Commander-in-Chief's perpetual grievance. But while Bridport's opinion of Pellew can be traced fairly directly to his avarice, it must not be thought that he was a singular in this respect. His captains were in hearty agreement with him on the subject. Bridport was not alone, but entirely mistaken in regarding Pellew as sufficient, and if he erred, it was in good company. The legend of Bridport's avarice has followed him through history. It is at least possible, since few of those historians who have accused him of this way have produced anything much by way of evidence. His general unpopularity may well have accounted for the additional charge of greed, and that this opinion was promoted by such as Pellew and Warren, since the subject of prize money was at least as close to their hearts. As for Parkinson Snide hint that Bridport was a fortune hunter, it is worth recalling that what one historian of Hood family wrote about his first marriage. Captain Alexander insisted that his bride's handsome fortune be settled on herself, otherwise, under the then law, it would have become his when they married. He was very fond of her, and their friends, though amused, watched their continued happiness with sympathy. It is certainly true that Bridport took a strong position over the entitlement of Sir Rodger Curtis, Howe's captain of fleet, to share in prize money. The decision ultimately went against him, but this in of itself is scarcely evidence of exceptional avarice. The allegation of Bridport was perhaps more merely an instance of giving a dog a bad name. Meanwhile, the relationship between Bridport and Pellew continued to be very poor. On 24th July, Bridport ordered him to join the fleet off Brest. To his fury, Pellew, who had already spent 12 days in harbour at Falmouth, did not sail until the 2nd of August. Bridport pointed out to Spencer that if Admiralty had wanted Pellew to remain in Falmouth, there had been plenty of time to send an order to that effect. He ended his letters sarcastically observing, "But I conclude when ships are put under my orders, I am authorised to direct their proceedings to the best of my judgment for the services committed to my charge, as long as they shall remain in part of my squadron." It's a good book. They're only 2 hours right now. I'm working on a third book. No. Now I know, remember. Sorry, no. Sorry, Brock. I was confusing yours books with the books which were loaned to me by New York Movie 4472. Your books, I have read one, and it was good. The other one, I haven't managed to get to. So I'm halfway through both your sets of books. Sorry. Brain went... No, this was the frigate, Pellew. Good luck, Thomas. And so, as I said, I can't find a 6th book I was planning this evening. I think that's 5 books I've gone through. Let me just check. 1, 2, 3. Yep, 5. So, I will do a 6th book, but it'll be this one. Ships of the Royal Navy. So just basically pick some names of ships and let's look them up. As we often do with this one. To the point. Yeah, the unlucky one is his brother, who the French went, this is getting out of hand now, there are 2 of them. His brother had a lot of misfortune to the point where his grave got blown up in World War II. Yeah. They didn't like the fact there were 2 of them. Uh, 8, 9, 10, 11... Right. So, any names you want me to look up in the ships of the Royal Navy and find out whether or not they served and where they served? Interactive book time. Sorry, a corgi video has just come up that I will. I'm just going to share with my mum. Hey, Nook. Let's look up Thrasher. How about 6 bookmarks in this book? T. Thrasher. TH. TO. TI, TI, THO, THR, MNOPQR, oh yeah, THO, THR. Thrasher. Well, you have a gun brig with 12 guns called HMS Thrasher, which had previously been called HMS Adamant, which had 154 tons burthen, 10 18-pounder cannon, 2 9-pounder cannon. Purchased 6th of June 1804, sold the 3rd of November 1814. Then you have a wooden screw gunboat, Thrasher, which is of the Albacore class, produced in the 22nd of March 1856, sold on the 9th of May 1883. Then you have the destroyer, HMS Thrasher, 395 tons. 1 12-pounder, 5 6-pounder, 2 torpedo tubes, built by Colledge. Launched on the 5th of November 1895, sold 4th of November in 1919 by Freer. Then we have Thrasher, the submarine T-class, built by Colledge, launched 28th of November 1940. And, well, sold 9th of March 1947. There you go. That's the Thrasher history. HMS Huron, then we have HMS Ardent. Okay, Huron. To the H's, back through the J's, and I's. That's... Oh. Huron. Huron. Schooner on the Canadian lakes, 224-pounder, American Ohio, captured on the 12th of August 1814. Listed and sold on the 1817. Huron schooner on the Canadian, again on the Canadian lengths, 2-masted schooner those. Same as above. Could have been the above vessel rebuilt. They weren't quite sure. Then there's the destroyer Huron with the RCN, 1,927 tons. Six 4.7-inch guns, 2 4.4-inch guns, and 4 torpedo tubes. Then there's another destroyer, Huron, 4,700 tons, full load, armed with 6 torpedo tubes, a limbo mortar, a 3-inch gun, a 5-inch gun, and 2 helicopters. Sunk as target by Aliquin, 100 kilometers west of Vancouver. Ardent. Did any survive? Long enough to be scrapped. Well, according to this list, you have had 4, 6, 8, 10, 10, 11 ships called Ardent. And, well, the patrol boat for the Royal Australian Navy managed to make it to becoming a museum ship. The destroyer, which was built in served before World War One, did actually get sold in 1911. The one which was served in World War One sunk at Jutland. Then the one which served in World War Two was sunk off Narvik by German battle cruisers. Then the Ardent, which was supposed to be built by Vickers Armstrong as a submarine in the A class, was cancelled in 1945. The frigate, built in 1970s, was sunk in the Falklands War. For an Ardent to survive, we have to go back to the wooden Ardents, and they all do quite well, apart from the one which blew up off Corsica in 1794. So basically, if it's wooden Ardent, it survives quite well, other than the one which blows up off Corsica. Myososis. I don't think there is one called Myososis, but if there is, I will find it. Let's see what we can find. Myososis. M-Y... M-E-R... It's gonna be quite long, quite towards the back, isn't it? It's a Y. Morningstar, MTB, Midrodian... Myososis! There is actually one! Oh, good lord. There's a sloop in the Arabis class in World War One, and there's a Flower class corvette in World War Two. Myososis. Was there no HMS Oldham? I think there might have been. Honestly, I remember reading about one, but it might have been in something else. It might have been MNO. Oldham, OL, OP, OK, OJ, OD, OI, OK. ABC. Oh, there you go. They're written OLs. Oldham. No, there's Oleander, but no Oldham. Sorry. Must have been in a science fiction book. Do a random page ship. That's always fun. There wasn't. I don't think there's ever been a ship named HMS Dragon Sailor, but HMS Hero. Oh, good lord. So, Hero. Good lord, there's a lot of Hermes. Herring. HMS Hero. Third rate, 74. Laid down, launched in Plymouth Dockyard, 28th of March, 1759. Disposed of 1810. Third rate, 74. Launched in 18th of August, 1803. Wrecked 5th of December, 1811 off Texel. Hero third rate again. Then became the same as Wellington, and then became Ascobar. Then there's the Hero, which was a screw to second rate, 91 guns. Then there was the turret ship Hero. Then there was the destroyer Hero. Then there was Heroic, which for some reason they had as another ship. There are lots of other. Cromwell, no. I don't think there's ever been a Cromwell. Mainly because the point when they were building ships, which they might have called Cromwell, there was someone who was very sensible, went, no, we're not naming it for regicide. He deserves it, but we're not naming it for Reservoir. I seem to remember that was Winston Churchill who kept trying to suggest Cromwell, and kept getting shot down. Ah. HMS Quitin was renamed Cromwell at one point. Why would they rename Quitin Cromwell? Cracker. Cretan. C-class destroyer. Quitin destroyer class made in. First started at Scots in 6th of August 1945. Then converted to Cromwell in June 1946. Sold to the the Royal Navy of the Netherlands or Norway as the Netherlands, I think. Oh, Norway, is it Bergen? As the Bergen on the 7th of June, on the 7th in July 1946. So basically, they renamed it to sell it. Yeah. Barfleur. That's always a fun one. I'm surprised no one's asked me about Joan of Arc, because that was actually... The Royal Navy used that one surprisingly a lot. For considering naming it for a patron saint of France. And a girl who beat the British in battle. Well, sort of. It always helps when you bring a lot of troops. It does tend to help. Barlight, Barfont, Barberry, Barfelly, Barfleur. First Barfleur, second rate, 90 guns. Launched in Deptford Dockyard on the 10th of August 1697. Rebuilt at Deptford in 1716 as 1,565 Burfen tons with 80 guns. Then there's Barfleur, the second rate, 1,947 tons Burfen, built at Chatham Dockyard in the 30th, or launched on the 30th of July 1768. Then there's the Barfleur, which was the converted Britannia of 1762. Then there's the battleship Barfleur, 10,500 tons. 4 10-inch guns, 10 4.7-inch guns, 2 9-pounders. Chatham Dockyard, 10th of August 1892. Then the destroyer Barfleur, built at Swan Hunter. And launched on the 1st of November 1943. If you notice certain dates start to crop up regularly, certain months in terms of launching of ships, by the way, this might have relation to when are the likely the payments come through from the government to actually order ships. So there is a reason why you get so many ships completed in certain months, because that relates to when the checks are cashed, and therefore they know they can build the ship. Because no one builds the ship for free. They wait till the money's in the bank. Norway, Bergen. Guess it's a bigger insult calling it Cromwell. Mm-hmm. Again, Mouse is actually a ship my step-grandfather served on along with Verdun. Well, he served in a Flag-class corvette or a Flag-class sloop, depending on which war it was in. If it was probably World War II, then it's a Flag-class sloop, a Flag-class corvette. And just Trout Bridge. Mm-hmm. That they burned at stake. Yes. I was quite like the Italian San Giorgio class LPDs. They are quite cute. HMS Aardvark. HMS Aardvark. Well, they have the same names, the stone frigates, as the normal ships, so they will tell you if it was one. Aardvark. Let's see if there's an Aardvark. Aardvark. There's an Aaron Hubbard. I kid you not, there is a ship called the Aaron Hubbard. Abadol. Abidale, Abad-Shan, Abdiel, Abelard, Abela, Abercrombie, Almadine, Aberonian, Araford, Aberafoil, Abergany, which Abergany was an ex-East Indiaman purchased in 1795, 4 frigate with 54 guns. For some reason, the Royal Navy has a real love of burning Abigails, because there are a number of ships called Abigail which were fire ships. I have no idea why they like to burn ships called Abigail. What do they not like about the name Abigail? I do not know. Antelope. Let's see. Antelope. Ryan, which Antelope do you want to talk about? The one which was a galleon. Rebuilt in 1577 and again in 1618. Galleon, 3844 guns, 354 tons burthen, 4 9-pounders, 13 6-pounders, 8 4-pounders, 13 small. Built 1546, rebuilt 1577, and again in 1618. Burnt in 1649 by parliamentarians. Antelope was a 50-gun ship, launched in 1651, wrecked in 1652 off Jutland. Antelope, which had formerly been Preston, launched in 1653. Antelope the 4 for 854, rebuilt at Woolwich in 1751. Antelope the sloop, lost on the 30th of July 1784 in a hurricane off Jamaica. Antelope the 14-gun Indiaman, brig, built in Bombay. The Antelope, the 4 for 8 50-gun vessel, built in Sheerness in 1802. Antelope, the schooner, with 14 guns, ex-Firefly and ex-Spanish prize. Antelope, the iron paddle sloop. Antelope, the torpedo gunboat. Antelope, the destroyer. Antelope, the frigate. Type 21. Yeah. There's a lot of Antelopes. There are lots of HMS Dragons as well. There are lots of them. The Royal Navy likes these ships. I know HMS P311 was supposed to be HMS Tutankhamun, but it was sunk before the naming ceremony. I believe the King offered Marlborough as an alternative, or as an olive branch in that case. And Marlborough is a traditional name. No, Ark Royal is not the most common Royal Navy name. I would not look great driving a Light and Robin. I have to say, the car I have driven most, I can find a picture of them. In my car world scenario, let's see. Let's see if I can find it. command source. Let's get an image out here. Yeah, my most common car, which I have had about 3 different variants of in time, has been this. A Volvo V40. The older type. And actually that's my big problem at the moment, because honestly I like these, and no one's selling these at the moment because they are reliable as anything and they last forever. And if you consider, the only reason I've got rid of mine is they've been written off in various ways by other people. Which is why I, touchwood, have the driving record I do, because it wasn't me who caused the issue. Yeah. The debate is really between, I think, Falcon and Eagle. But, oh, hang on. Probably, actually, no. There is one more. Let me just check it. There is one more which I think might be... Falcon Eagle is what I normally would say, but hang on, I've just remembered there's another name which could have more. And I'm wondering... have I been giving people the wrong response? So, there is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35... 35 vessels which have variations of either Swallow or Swallow Prize. So I'd say probably Swallow. Last time it came out was a patrol vessel sold to the Irish Navy in something 1998. Name has been borne by 39 vessels, 1 dockyard craft, 2 vessels of the Honourable East Indian Company, and at least 2 revenue cutters, according to the notes. So probably it's Swallow. HMS Swallow. The other car I tend to drive, and I've tended to have, and yeah. And I had one actually in this colour at one time. But these are not my cars, so I'm not doing... they're not giving you my actual car details. But these are the cars which I drove. Let's see, can I find one in the right colour? Again, because it doesn't like that picture because it's a web file. The trouble is, both of them are difficult to find at the moment because they are impossible to kill. This would get a Vickers Armstrong. You can get a mid-50s variant for about 250,000 these days. How common is the name Swallow? Very not common in the Royal Navy. What do I want to say? They like swallows and they like swifts. In the UK, they're very good. I'm not sure about how they are in the US because I think it's more difficult to get parts in the US for them than it is in the UK. In the UK, the parts they come from not far away, and they have a very good support network. And if they've been properly maintained, they last forever. That will answer my question. Is if you'd seen my message before you were looking up Swallow, before you went looking up Swallow, or I even asked, how Morris Marina? No, that Volvo is parked in a poser spot. I swear that's got to be a Scottish estate somewhere. Oh, but those are great cars to drive and very comfortable. I wonder if they have my thing. Oh, what's it called? Yeah, my first car though, and this basically shows you my car history, because if you notice very quickly, there is a similarity between all of them. This kind of gives away another reason why I have difficulty finding cars. Yeah, there you go. There's my other car. This is basically all of my cars have been one of these three, and I have had 5 cars since I've been driving at 18. That lasted me a good few years, but it was a 1.4, and it basically was on its last legs. I had one of the original ones, but it was really, really good until it really wasn't, and then it was a case of trying to find parts. And that's actually the difficulty with them, because if you consider that I had one of these, which I had, the thing was the parts to fix her were more expensive than she was worth, so her gearbox went. And it was just an age thing, because it was an old thing, and the new gearbox cost $4,500 to have it done and fitted because it was an automatic. And it was a case of the car's only worth about $1,200. There is absolutely no justification to spend that much money on it. I can find a perfectly decent car, and one of these that I've had 2 of these, and I had another Subaru like this recently, and that was one that got written off in a low-speed crash because the gearbox apparently seems to have gone. But the 2 I had these, one was impacted by someone, basically someone had a sideswiped me, and that caused fun. And was that one sideswiped, or was that one the one sideswiped and that survived? I'm not 100% sure now, Aaron, because they both red estates. Or was that the one which... I think... No, that was the one where we had the fun where we had some kids running across the road, and everyone braked quickly to run, because they were college kids running across the road, and I was the one at the back, so I was the one who went into people, and so therefore on me, but we were all braking because kids suddenly ran across a road which was a dual carriageway. But no, Yeah, that one had to happen. And then I had got one of those, and that was most recently a car I had with car was another one of these. I bought one of them, and this was going to be my car now. And I took it to my Volvo dealership to get it checked out, and they basically went, we're not quite sure how the wheels are staying on because every single one of the wheel bearings is cracked and rusted. And this car would not surpass an MOT, so I don't know how they claim it's passed an MOT. So I took it back to the dealer and got my money back. But, yeah, that's been my car history. Off topic, but, my car history. And I have to admit, I'm hunting for one of these two, ideally, at the moment, but it's finding a decent one at a decent price I can afford. There is a bright yellow V40 currently on Auto Trader, and I'm sort of looking at going, yes, but there's a worry for me that you are about that much cheaper than every one of your type at this point. And therefore I'm wondering what's going on, because some are just in beautiful condition. They are 6-7 grand, and you go, no, I'm not paying that much money. I'm not, because that puts my insurance up, that puts everything up, and frankly, I can't justify spending that much money. I don't earn enough money to justify spending that much on your car. Rough rule of thumb, as my grandfather always taught me, was your budget for a car should be no more than 2 months' pay. If you're looking for when you're single, unmarried, budget of car should be no more than 2 months' pay. When you are married, 3 months' pay. But that's it. Never spend more than that. It gave me all these sort of rules of life of things that, what you should be spending roughly. And so that's the budget I do look. I look for cars and I'm going, and my limit is 2 months' pay. That's what it is. That's what it should cost. If I'm spending more than that, then I'm paying for out of my own income bracket, and that's stupid. So I never get how small European engines are. Oh, trust me, the 1.4 was fun. Let's put it this way, my little 1.4. Okay. What I'll do, settings. While we're talking, I'll put all the cars on a sort of slideshow. Bum. Bum, bum. Yeah. And put that up into one corner like that. So yeah, my one of this with 1.4 litre, I used to regularly beat BMWs off away from the lights because everything went into those front wheels, and it was a 1.4 automatic, and you put your foot down and you'd be gone because it was light as anything. It had a power to weight ratio that go-karts envied. It was a brilliant thing for me. And there was that, which honestly, seriously the things I did in that thing. At one point, I had driven into Dartmoor to pick up a family member who was not well in the snow in Dartmoor, and I had to get them out, and there was no space to turn around, so I backed that thing up 3 miles on hilly country roads, snow-covered country roads in Dartmoor, got it out, got into the main road, and got it out. With the one of those I had for years, oh good lord, the places I went. I drove all the way up to Scotland, and from the top of Scotland all the way down to bottom Cornwall and home again in like 3 days. I covered so many miles in that thing, and people used to tell me, oh, Volvo's is going to use a lot of petrol. It didn't. It didn't. It would just go. And then there's this one, which is probably more expensive than all the other all the cars. It just, and it never takes me anywhere. It always expects to be carried. It's just a terrible vehicle. In fact, we need to find a European station wagon. Yeah. To be fair, Melanie, my grandfather was... Let's put it this way. This is the Cornish and the Scottish blood in me. They don't like spending money on things. Oh, good lord. Why would you buy a new vehicle? Oh, good Ross. Have you seen the depreciation that happens? Do you want to cause my grandfathers to start spinning in their greys so fast that we could power the entire UK national grid? Concept of buying a new car. That's for people with too much money. No, no, no. God, no. No. Yeah. Agreed, Con. They are both considered modern classics, and the price on them is arriving quite rapidly. So, Tony Shock say, I've been in a car with only one engine mounting left. That's good that you're still alive. Never buy you. Good lord, Mike. Telling my family to buy a new car. My mum buys the youngest cars of anyone in our family, and she never buys ones which are less than a year old. She buys what are called showroom demonstration models. That's what my mum specialises in buying, and has never bought anything which wasn't. Never bought a brand new car. If it hasn't existed for at least a year in a showroom, it ain't being bought by my mum, and frankly, the rest of our family are a lot tighter. Mum is the massive car person in the family. And remember, it sounds like you need to look at Dacia if you want to say. I have been looking at Dacia. They are quite nice, but frankly, I like my Volvos and my Subarus. I have been considering going back to Vauxhall, but, you know, probably won't. Probably won't. My Northern and Welsh blood say buying a new car. No, no, no. New cars lose about half their value within 5 minutes after you drive them off the lot. Yeah, it's good when they've been running a bit. You know, they're still working. Someone else has to deal with all the issues. That's good. Only time you should buy new vehicles if you run a logistics company or a racing team. Oh, just no more than 2 months' salary. No, 2 months' income. My grandfather was always clear 2 months' income, and his always view was you should invest as much of your salary as you can afford to, so you're always generating more income. In fact, his old advice for rules, and what I found funny was I was watching a short video the other day, and it was what's his name, Shaq, the great, well, very good in his day basketball player, still probably better than me, saying, you know, what you do is you invest 3/4 of your income, of your, you know, your salary sort of to grow your income, etc. And that's pretty much what my grandfather suggested. The moment you get to the point at which you're earning, you've got more money coming in than you need to live off and to pay your expenses, invest that money and grow your income. And never spend more than 2 months' income on something like a car. 3 months if you have a family. Have you hold of a Volvo S60? Yes, my sister currently has one on the drive. Actually, no, she used to have an S60. She now has a V50. We had all three of my cars were bought new. We had them 12, 23, and 6 canny years. Cool. And my grandfather was a bank manager in the days when there was only one manager, one person with a title manager in a bank. He ran NatWest for Croydon. And yeah, you did not. He was the type of bank manager who did personal calls on your business when you had issues to have a conversation. That must have been fun. The bank manager has arrived for a meeting. I don't have an appointment with him. He has an appointment with you. I don't know. Dr. Clarke, do you count bank account manager? Almost. No. I don't count books as an investment retirement fund. I'd probably make my accountant happy with them, but not me. I was asking, also switch from a little hatchback to an SUV deal, stop jumping on every little hole. Outside large cities, roads are generally full of surprises here in Poland, especially in winter. Would second and third that, personally. Plus, you have to remember in the UK, the car market is slightly different than America. It works a bit weird. Oh yeah, I found that new cars losing value is no longer a thing when I bought a used car 5 months ago. The other had a 3-month-old car on a lot they had just sold for more than half the price of the new one, due to there being a 6-month waiting list on new ones. Yes, that is causing some interesting scenario because of the shortage of chips and various other scenarios. There is a huge shortage of new cars, which is causing the increase in price and the rise in the used car market, which is why they're so expensive at the moment. That's good. When you owe the bank £1,000, you have a problem. When you owe the bank £1 million, owe the bank £1 million, the bank has a problem. These days, it's when you owe the bank £100,000, you have a problem. When you owe the bank £100 million, they have a problem. I'd say my biggest problem at the moment is purchasing books, because today I ended up going on Twitch early today, and I will tell you why. Because I decided to go and buy the books for some extra books for the 19th of March's video. And I decided, right then, what I needed... there are no books written about the battle itself. Well, there is one book, but actually finding a copy of that is blooming impossible. But there are lots of books which are written about, which mention the battle. Okay? I thought, well, what I needed to do is get the Cambridge official histories of the Sung dynasty and of their successor dynasty. Because the battle is the part of the passing of the ways between the Sung dynasty and the next dynasties which come after. And... those books are expensive. Those books are the Cambridge histories. Yeah, expensive. I managed to spend a good couple of hundred in like 5 minutes, and then probably about 100 more. Luckily, today was Patron Day, so yeah, the money's in the account. But thank you, patrons. The money got spent on books today, definitely. June, I sold a 2015 Chevrolet Equinox 2 weeks ago for $10,500. It only had 39,723 miles on it when I sold it. Cool. Actually, yes, I believe my Fiesta might be more valuable than a new car now because everyone wants Fiestas, but they aren't making them anymore in Britain. Ford appears to not like easy money. Definitely. My mum does the thing where you get a new car and then trade it in when it's 1 year old and get a new one. Does carry you a guaranteed working car. That's it, like Alex. In a recent video, Drax said that he would love to do Admiral Yi, but he can't get information translated for Korean. Is there a solution? Yes, a large number of Korean students. I was asking, also, as much as it pains me, getting a cashback from an untrustworthy second-hand dealer is really hard in Poland, to the point of resulting in a multi-year-long court case. No, thank you. Yes. Yes, I will do, Steve. I have some helpful ones. In fact, yeah, I have a friend who's currently over there who went through his PhD with me. He teaches at a Korean university. He's Irish, but his wife's Korean, and he teaches at a Korean university. Yeah, I'll send him to Draxway. Sorry, reading the chat. Thanks for the stream. It's a pleasure. I enjoy it. And I enjoy chatting to you all. It makes my life a lot more fun. Trust me. As I've said before a couple of times recently, without the I know I've stick to this end as after 3:30, but I'll carry on chatting for a bit longer. Stops me having to go in and think things, spend the night. This is a job of being insomnia. This is not a sleeping night for me. So tonight, if I go in, I will just be reading books. So I might as well chat away to you all for a bit and answer any history questions you have. Are we ever going to see you in full plate armor? I don't own my own full plate armor set, so I'd have to borrow Drax. And whilst we are very similar in body shape, etc., we're not exactly the same. But at some point, maybe. What would your grandfather say to you buying a new car if that would be 2 months' income? Oh, that'd be fine. Probably. As long as it was still below the 2 months' income, he'd be happy for me to buy it. Probably also if your side hustle legal would be part of it. You know, currently I have to say I have got a tab which is open for Auto Trader, looking at their various options available from them. And, you know, there are some interesting cars available. Hmm. Excellent. Can I say I'm slightly concerned about the cost of the Australian trip with the Grand Admiral Naval YouTube? Might need crowdfunding for it. I'm happy to contribute, but I'm worried about it. It is. We're all crowdfunding towards it, and yes, it is going to be expensive, but the thing is, it's going to be a pretty much. It's going to be announced and it's going to explain, but the one reasons why it's going to cost the money it is because it works out cheaper for us to try and do everything in one go than it works out to have to go back there. So it's going to sound a big sum, but we should be able to make it. And again, it does fit with my actually grandfather's old maxims. Or if you can do one thing in one expensive trip, it's far better than doing in many middle expensive trips. It will soon be far more expensive for you. Yes, sir. As for side hustles, got rather lucky at the supermarket of all places, which had a few very rare large Lego sets for only €20. The cheapest of that I can find on eBay was $75, and those were open. That is a side hustle. I have to say, I do keep looking at Skodas and going, maybe. Maybe. There are lots of Mitsubishis for sale. Lots of them. And lots of Mercedes. I do love a nice Toyota. I do love a nice Toyota. I haven't even had one, but I do love it. I have driven them several times, and always enjoyed them. So what's catching an Auto Trader? Oh, a few interesting things. Actually, I recognise I might be calling calling the kettle a pot. Might be the pot calling the kettle black here. I'm going to Japan in May for 3 weeks to do the same thing. Get everything I really want done in one trip. Exactly. Because my view is I probably won't ever go back under similar circumstances to Australia. I won't go back there to do filming unless a company's doing filming. If I go back there again, it's because I've managed to earn a lot of money and I get to do another trip to see HMS Vampire. Canada is something I do hope to do again. And I can see it being in a scenario I can go see Haida once every 5 or so years, which I'm going to enjoy and it's going to be my aim. But I don't think I can do. And if I was doing a trip to America, I would probably include a visit to Haida. I would add that onto my trip because I'm already over there, so I might as well do that. But that's the scenario. Australia, I don't see me doing another. I don't see myself doing another trip unless the channel grows massively and I've got a lot more patron funding, and then I might go back and do it more. But I don't see it as something to grow infinitely. I see it as something which I'm going to enjoy, and I see it as something which hopefully provides me with enough money that I'm always able to do my research. I'm hoping to keep up teaching, and I would love to get a permanent teaching post. So that would provide all my income necessary for me to buy food and live, rather than as what's happening occasionally at the moment, which is all of your generous support, your kindness, which is supposed to theoretically, and what I would like to do would all go in research, occasionally goes towards subsidising the fact that my employers forget to pay me the amount they're supposed to pay me. The US market seems to have an obsession with pickup trucks and SUVs. I can understand it in America once you've driven outside of their cities. Basically, the equivalent of car gurus in America, Canada is Auto Trader in the UK. Yeah, Mervia. Most Mitsubishis tend to have a big engine, so fuel costs are high and Mercs are expensive to service. You can say that again. That's what, if you're spending at least 1,100 or 1,000 on flights, you might as well do everything you want while you're there. Yes, and then you've got, of course, hotels and connecting flights once you're there between the various spots, because let's be honest, getting around Australia is not, we're not able to get in a car and just drive from one spot. We have to fly between the things. Actually, I'm only able to visit the US so much because my aunt is willing to give me free accommodation. It's a very useful thing. It's a very useful thing. I'm probably going to, and cousins, quiet, because I know the person involved won't be watching this. My plan with Australia is to, when we're announcing all things, is that I might, if we're doing this trip, and that's when it's all announced, all the things are announced for it, I might be going out a little bit early, as in a day or two early, so I can go to a family member's birthday party who normally someone from our side of the family wouldn't get out there for a birthday party. But, yeah, that's the plan. And before anyone else knows, as you might have noticed here, I will talk about a lot. I will talk about my family, I'll talk about the wargaming and all these things. Never post pictures of them. Mainly because there's a lot of little kids. Although, speaking of that, does anyone else get the thing of whenever you hang around with people, and for me this is quite strange because I give my cousins lifts, and I sometimes give their friends a lift as well when I'm picking them up from school. They're at school, taking them home, and they're all going to the same place, I'll give them a lift because I'm, driving. Facebook does this proximity thing of, do you want to be friends with this person? And you go, no, they are a year old person. They are not. I'm not someone who's going to be friends with them on Facebook. That's not really appropriate. I would love to find a way to stop Facebook doing that, to basically go, no, please keep friendship suggestions within age appropriate, i.e. everyone adult. Not suggesting that I should be Facebook friends with a load of 12-year-olds. Yes, I'm friends with my cousin on Facebook. That doesn't mean I want to be... I don't want to be friends with her friends on Facebook. That's... No. No. Please stop that, Facebook. Depends on America, where in America, both countries are all America, Europe. Yeah, I would say in Canada we managed to do it because everything we were looking at was in driving distance of Hamilton or in Halifax. And honestly, in Halifax, it was in walking distance. We didn't hire a car in Halifax. And I do realise that one of our colleagues was basically going, we should have a car. And then we got there and went, yeah, we don't need a car, do we? No. If you need to do anything more than you can walk in, you can Uber it, but seriously, we can walk it. Halifax is a great city. You know, this whole idea of people going, oh, the new 5-minute, 10-minute cities. Yeah. Go to Halifax. It's been around for a few centuries. It's there. It's a city you can walk across. And love walking across. It's really fun. So it's like when I pay a train ticket. I pay for a train ticket to a heritage trail and buy a rover ticket on a heritage railway. Much easier to go on a gala day and go for a long day trip. Yes, it is. Sometimes sometimes it's actually cheaper to do the more expensive thing. It's like what was the other thing? Shoes. Yeah. My family have this whole history. We will never buy cheap shoes. Because if you buy shoes which are bad for your feet, the damage they will cause and the problems they will be caused will be far more expensive to deal with than buying an expensive pair of shoes. So it's basically always a case of, are you buying something which... You don't want to buy something for the brand markup, but you'll buy a good quality middle of the range shoe. You won't go and buy, oh, those are the really cheap ones. No. Because you don't want to hurt your feet. You really don't. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. I was on a coach for 2.5 miles, 10 to 11, doing Eastern USA and Canada. I remembered how big Western Europe is compared to Texas, then I forgot how big Eastern Europe is. Yeah, let's put it this way: there are lots of places you can go for. You can go for. In a sort of America, you do need to have your car and you do need to fly around. And again, that's the same with Australia. Although with Australian cities, there is an interesting debate going on about whether we need to have a hire car in all of them. Because some of them I don't think we do. Definitely sounds worth it. Some video. Cheap shoes are never good. They are never a good solution to a problem. They will create more work. They will create more issues. It's annoying, but it's true. I've dealt with these things a lot, and it's It's going to sound strange, but it's one of the things you learn as a historian. You start to learn things which are people complain about. People complain about shoes quite a lot. A car, well, to be honest, it needs the space you require. It needs to be comfortable enough to sit in for 4 hours, and it needs to have an engine which is reliable and 4 wheels which will get you there. That's what you need. I find it very strange when I've got friends who are hunting around cars going, oh, I don't like that one because of the colour. I don't care about the colour. If I really didn't like it, I could get it resprayed. But honestly, that's a whole lot of effort you don't need to worry about. But with shoes, you have to, if you don't have good quality shoes, you can ruin not just your feet, but your entire, everything, and end up spending more money getting them fixed. It's approaching 4 hours, and I'm going to start saying, well, thank you very much, everyone. But, yeah, we'll call it an evening, shall we? And this week's videos are going to be some fun ones. There are some fun stuff coming up, and I think you're going to enjoy them all. What we have as live this week. The live will be What If History, Green Boys at Jutland. That's going to be live on Thursday. This one, unless you're very central in Aussie cities, I recommend a car. Anything built beyond the 1950s in US style was not much pavement. Strange. We are staying, basically, we're picking hotels very close to where we've got. And if you consider where the naval museums are in Perth and in Sydney, we are pretty much there. Now, we are planning to do some of the outer museums in Sydney, so we're probably going to hire a car there. But in Perth, I'm not 100% sure we are going to, because frankly, I don't really see the need for it. The distances we've got to go. Gina, I was reading that the Iron filled the old battleship Agamemnon into an unsinkable target by packing it with cork. Was it a success? Was it unsinkable? It was very difficult. Nothing's unsinkable, but it was very difficult. And the point was you hit it until you weren't attacking it with the aim of hitting it. You were attacking it with the aim of seeing if you hit the target. So that changed the metrics by which so you weren't firing until it was destroyed. You were firing until you were sure you were hitting the target. Off topic, but I know the Army Air Force like to name aircraft and put those on, like the Royal Air Force. Did the Royal Air Force and Fleet Air Arm do it? Not really to the same extent, but there is a little bit going on, but not really to the same extent. Take care, Just Funk. Thank you, Abzaski. I don't know. What if Green Boys can have been a better... Take care, Verdan. Thank you, Ray Roseback. Thank you, Tashu Vishal. Thank you. Green Boys Jordan, 5 more sunk German capitals. Potentially. Right. Take care, everyone. Have fun. And thank you, some video photographer. Thank you, Colin Cameron, Mega Scrow, Runon, George Newman, Anuk, DG40, Inns Morrison, Captain C. Forth, Melanie 1640, Stafford, Sean, thank you, Jack Ray. Thank you to all my admins on tonight. I think I also had Paul on here. Thank you, Fushi Smith. Thank you, Tanif. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, George Newman. Thank you, Darius Radatsky. Thank you, Just Funk. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being on and chatting away. It's been lovely talking to you tonight. I came back. Just came back. Ah, well, you know. Sorry, Paul. Got to think, Reef's shoes in history. I've lost track of the number of battles caused by shoes. Gettysburg, for example. Take care, everyone. Thank you. Thanks, John Shea. Thank you, Deb Brooke. Thank you, everyone. And have fun.